Ba-da-ba-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-da-bum-bum. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. How we doing? We're about to head into Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane again. I think it's the first time I've actually updated my OBS, so if there are any audio problems, let me know. In fact, I could do this. Yeah, just listen to the stream myself since it's so early. Yeah, well. Anyway. I think that we should start. As usual, new game for a new case. It's case 5 time. Attorney of the Arcane. This is, from what I understand, the final case. And I doubt they will actually show us who our defendant is, so I don't think this is our defendant. Could be a prosecutor, maybe. Or a king. Especially given that we spent most of Severtai's prosecuting. Anything could happen. Because that was our villain that time. Anyway, I think we should get into it. Start the game from episode 5. Yes. Oh boy. I've killed people. They were usually criminals or bandits. But it still frightened me how unaffected I was by their deaths. It always came so easily to me. I was good at it, a little too good. People told me that taking the lives of others would be hard. But I never felt that uneasiness. Not even once. It made me think that I was some kind of unfeeling monster. And maybe I am. Okay, I can guess who this is. I think this is Celeste. But the time I spent with you filled me with more happiness than I could ever have than I could have ever dreamed of. Instead of taking lives, I could save them alongside you. It felt good to protect you. I felt needed when I knew you were relying on me. It made me feel like it was actually worth something to I was actually worth something to someone. And whenever I saw the light in your eyes, it filled my heart with a warm feeling that I've never felt before. But it was too good to be true, wasn't it? In the end, I failed you. I couldn't protect you, just like I couldn't protect my father. I don't understand. What did you ever see in someone like me? Well, that's worrying. If that is Celeste, then... Episode 5. Attorney of the Arcane. Tyrion? You still haven't gotten out of bed yet. It's almost noon. New. Very different room. I think I just want to rest today. You've been saying that for the last 10 days. Someone is actually here to see you. You should really get out of bed. Is it Timora? No. I'm still not really in the mood. Could you just send them away? That's a bit rude, but I suppose I can overlook it this time. Steelwind? As the prosecutor enters your room, you immediately leap out of your bed. You try to futilely clean your unkempt hair, but you're just making it worse. Tyrion, pants! Right, sorry. We'll give you some time to get ready. God. I knew he was in a rut, but I certainly didn't expect this. I know. I'm really worried about him. I empathize with his situation, but it's been a month already. Have you tried speaking with him? He has opened up to you before. I did, but I think he's really broken up over what happened with Ruby. She's basically the closest thing he had to family. I see. Perhaps he just needs some more time. After taking some time to make yourself presentable, you exit your room to greet the prosecutor properly. Sorry about that. No, I suppose the fault is mine. I shouldn't have intruded. Anyways, what brings you here? Are you doing well, Mr. Cuthbert? You seem... I'm fine. Of course. I just couldn't help but notice your absence. You haven't taken any other clients since the Beatrice trial. I'm going to be honest. I'm not even sure if I want to be a defense attorney anymore. What? I spent my whole life training to be one thing. But I was only doing it because someone else told me to. Did you not enjoy it? You are very skilled at it. I don't know. I've been trying to take some time to think about everything. But you still haven't found any answers. Have you considered becoming a prosecutor? Your time as my stand-in made it clear that you have the ability to. A prosecutor. You would have never even considered that a year ago. But you understand now, there are criminals who need to be brought to justice. And despite how difficult she is to face, Steelwind never engages in outright corruption like the other prosecutors of the Crown. If you follow her example, you could fight injustice that way. But even if you did that, you'd just be following someone else's footsteps. Just like before. I'll think about it. Please do. At this point I could use all the help I can find. Have your injuries been healing well? Yes, Nightgrave's skill in necromancy is quite remarkable. I'm glad I introduced him to House Asclepius. House Asclepius specializes in the study of necromancy. After Nightgrave's expulsion from the academy, I thought it was only right that he be allowed to continue his studies. Right. He mentioned that he owed you a favour. It was only logical. It would be a waste to let someone of his talents fade into obscurity. You're glad Wallace was able to continue his studies. He clearly wants to use his talents to better society. He's definitely in a better place than you are right now. Even so, should you still be moving around like this? You should take some time off to recover. As much as I would like to, there's been a recent uptick in cases of mage blight lately. Mage blight. You recall hearing about that many times. If a mage exceeds their stamina by overusing their magic, it starts to affect their mind and sends them into a violent frenzy. To make matters worse, the nobility has been trying to suppress information about these incidents. Right, it's not a good look whenever a mage goes on a murderous rampage. That's what we call a murderous mage. I was actually surprised to see you here, Celeste. Well, I can't just leave him alone. He's alone anymore. He ticked off a criminal overlord. They're definitely going to send someone after him. And he can't really take care of himself right now. Celeste, your thoughts are leaking. Hey, get out of my head! What? It's nothing. I am surprised though. Not many people's liked the Eye Taker and live. He's known for taking swift retaliation against his enemies. We're hoping he's laying low after his plan with Beatrice fell through. That does match up with the reports I've read. Supposedly he's been absent from many of his enterprises. Either way, you're not looking forward to dealing with him. It's bad enough that you're already on the nobility bad side. Ruby timer. By the way, Tyrion, Ruby sent another letter. Do you want to put it with the rest? Right. Have you spoken to her since the trial? I see, that does explain her recent mood. Right, you two probably see each other a lot. I've prosecuted a few of her clients recently. But it's clear she's not nearly as threatening as before. Could we talk about something else? Of course, my apologies. Oh, the tea's ready. Oh, thank you. Some tea sounds lovely right now. Right, I was totally making it for you guys. She walks to the cabinet in your kitchen and she takes out 2 more teacups. You guys better enjoy these. These are my last bags of... Whoa! As she walks over to you, she slips on a scroll case that you left on the floor. She regains her balance, but the teacup slips out of her hand. The boiling liquid is airborne and is heading right towards your face. Figure quoi? Celeste reacts immediately and points her index finger at the tea. Her magic takes hold and the tea freezes just inches from your face. She breathes a sigh of relief and she brings the tea back into their cups. You really need to clean this place. I'm your bodyguard, not your maid. Right. Sorry about that. That was shaped liquid, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, I never expected you to... I know, but it's just too convenient not to have. She's really opened her mind about learning new spells. You remember when you first met her? Back then, she only knew how to cast Mage Blade. She hated magic back then. You never imagined how diverse her repertoire would become. Another visitor? I'm already up, I'll check it. Well, whoever they are, I'm not giving up more of my notice to. You open the door and don't see anyone, but there's a letter in your mailbox. You take a closer look at the envelope. It's sealed with candle wax. There's a crest on it. It's the insignia of House Pierce. You quickly open the letter and read it. Despite supposedly being written by a noble, the paper has been torn in half, but the message is clear. I hope you understand. I would never have contacted you unless I had no other choice. I know the truth behind McCoy's true parentage, and I'm aware of how vital this information is to you. As you know, my execution is scheduled for next month, and I'm running out of time. I want to trade this information with you. In exchange, you will grant me my freedom. Meet me in the private prayer room within the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord at 2 p.m. You will save me from my fate or else. What? If he thinks for a second that we'd even think of helping him. I know how you feel, but aren't these the answers you've been looking for? I don't care. We're not going to help him. That was never an option, but there's clearly more to this. I agree. How was he able to find out in the first place? The truth is, Celeste, I've also been looking into your parentage. What? Why didn't you say anything? I'm sorry, but I didn't want to raise your hopes. But I was apparently right to do so. I couldn't find any information regarding your birth. Immaculate conception? I suppose, yeah, Ace Attorney but with magic. Yes, if you have joined very late in the game, this is final case stuff, so yeah. Yeah. So very much it is Ace Attorney with magic, effectively. There are also a couple of other things. Effectively, I think better to describe it rather than Ace Attorney with magic, but Ace Attorney in a fantasy setting. Which means, like, devils, they do exist. And magical creatures too, and there's artificery in, like, the proper form, not the, it's actually science. It's also a little more serious than Ace Attorney. I would say, not that Ace Attorney isn't a serious game. I just think like this one's very much a. Really? Does it? Well, I imagine it. I mean, I'd say it's possible it's Ace Attorney also has a content warning though, because of like blood. There's blood in Ace Attorney. This isn't your Super Mario's, your... No, there's definitely blood. Like, I mean, you've... In Ace Attorney, you've physically got to investigate crime scenes. Hell, the second one has you investigating while the body is still in there. Yeah. Huh. I'd have thought it would have. But it deals with a bit more, I suppose, heavier topics, I suppose. So, if you couldn't find anything, how was Pierce able to? How was Pierce able to? House Pierce is low on the political hierarchy. He didn't have access to the resources I do. He does owe the land the McCoy Tavern is on, but frankly, this whole situation is quite suspect. And why would he ask for my help? I was the one who indicted him in the first place. Even if I did agree to help him, it would be nearly impossible for me to get him an acquittal. Oh. He must be desperate. His execution is scheduled for next month, after all. It's possible that he reached out to Timora as well. Still, I can't believe he's set up a meeting at the Grand Cathedral. Today, of all days. Why? What's happening there? I'm sorry, but it's not my place to tell you. Arya, can I talk with Tyrion alone for a minute? Of course, I'm sure you have much to discuss. I actually also have business at the cathedral today. I can't believe he'd use that as an opportunity. Is she getting married? Could be getting married. I'll be taking my leave. I'm sorry, I'm sure this is just bringing up bad memories for you. We should meet with him. What? We're not going to help him, but obviously, but I had an idea. He's probably really scared of his execution, right? And he's desperate enough to ask you for help. I suppose that's true. So think about how stressed he would be if you showed up and refused to help him. I could use the Eye of Horus on him. We can get the info we need without having to give him anything. But are you really okay with this? You'll have to see him again. Yeah, I'll manage. And it'll be worth it if we can finally get the answers I'm looking for. You've already gotten her hopes up, but there's no guarantee that he actually knows the truth. He could just be bluffing to get you to help him. But if he does know, you can't just ignore this. You need to verify his claims yourself. Whoa, it's beautiful. So this is the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord? Have you never been here before? I thought you spent a lot more time in Harlem. The Church of Bahamut wasn't that popular in my hometown, and I've never been the religious type. What about you? Never really caught on with me. And apparently my roots are more celestial than draconic. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. He certainly has the looks for it. Oh! Your thoughts are leaking again. Can you stop? I can't exactly turn it off, you know. Do those mental exercises I taught you. Ugh. As you approach the Grand Cathedral, you see a large blockade guarded by legions of the King's Guard. It's closed off. Is there some kind of event going on? You recall Steelwind mentioning that she was heading here as well. The nobility must be using the cathedral guards for something. Grounds. Cathedral grounds. Not the cathedral guards. It might explain why Pierce wanted to meet you here. It's probably secluded from prying eyes today. Tyrion Cuthbert. As you approach the blockade, one of the knights notices you. He glances at you and Celeste. We've been expecting you. I see. You exchange glances with Celeste, but you both enter the cathedral grounds. Whoa. It's massive. The main building is massive, yet mostly empty. You only see a few people within, and most of them are quite familiar. You spot Leif and Miriam as you head further into the room. They both avoid eye contact with you, but it doesn't seem to be purely out of resentment. As soon as they see you, they move their conversation elsewhere. It's clear they still have mixed feelings about how you convicted their sister. In another corner of the room, you spot Lloyd Van Sanctus speaking with another individual. She seems to be someone of equal social standing. God, they remind me of Mithra from from Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Oh, I'm beginning to think that is this the 4 pillars? Possibly. I can't. I feel like Von Sanctus was a 4-pillar member. The way there's a good chance I'm wrong there. You feel like you've seen her somewhere before, but you can't quite remember where. As soon as you enter the room, Von Sanctus flashes a quick look of disdain at you. You see him slowly move his conversation out of the room as well. And finally you see Lucio Steelwind speaking with his daughter, along with the two princes. They seem to be speaking with another individual that you haven't met before. When he notices you, his gaze narrows and he stares at the two of you warily. Is that the king? Asta especially seems surprised to see you here. He and Lucio ask the prosecutor something, but you can't quite hear their conversation. When she responds, Asta raises his eyebrow and Lucio's expression darkens. What's going on here? This is a little awkward. Yeah. But we have some time before a meeting with Pierce. You want to do some sightseeing? Oh, are you asking me out? We are literally already out. Sure, why not? I picked up this map from the entrance. We could use it to navigate through the area. Map of the Grand Cathedral. It's a map of the cathedral grounds. Maps so far have been relatively useless, except for like the first case. But we love our maps. Even hang on a minute. No, case 3 didn't have a map. Case 3 didn't even bother. I'm also a little interested in what all these nobles are doing here. It is strange. Perhaps someone can tell you more. Oh, no. We're just Asta de Wyvengard. I think I saw Arya over there. We should go say hi. As you approach the Grand Cathedral and the Grand General and the unnamed noble stare at the two of you. Hello? The nobleman looks at you and then at Celeste. He silently scans the two of you. It's as if he's trying to read something. He then walks away without a word. Rude. At this point, I'm kind of used to it. Mr. Cuthbert and Miss McCoy, I'm surprised to see you here. What? I thought you were the one who invited them. I'm sad to say that I didn't. Although I am happy to see you nonetheless. What brings you to the Grand Cathedral today? We were actually invited by another noble. We have a meeting with him. What? None of you, the people here, are allowed to invite guests. Why did the guards stop you? Oh, they said that they were expecting us. What? It was Lord Pierce who invited them. Pierce? That little... And to think I granted his request for temporary release. I'm sure he meant no disrespect by it. He probably had his reasons. How can you say that? This is the day of your... Yeah, it's his wedding. He stops himself mid-sentence and clears his throat. Make no mistake, even if he is a dead man, I will have words with him about this. A gathering of nobles. I have to ask, why are all these nobles gathered here? You've taken over the entire Grand Cathedral. As you ask that question, everyone seems to tense up. The prosecutor awkwardly looks at the two princes. Prince Alaric avoids eye contact with everyone and just stares at the ground. I'm sorry, but I'm not at liberty to tell you that. It's a matter of public safety. I see. It's a little strange, but you can read the room. Prying isn't the best thing to do right now. Tyrion and Celeste. You said that Lord Pierce invited you here. For what reason? I can't really tell you that. You will tell us if it poses a threat to the nobles in attendance. Please, Lord Steelwind, there's no need for that. Mr. Cuthbert would never do anything to put anyone's life in danger. As you wish, Your Majesty. Oh. It's his coronation. That is... Is this the reason why Pierce asked for temporary release? Interesting. So Pierce was temporarily released to attend whatever this is. You could have met with... He could have met with you in his cell, but perhaps he wanted to be away from prying eyes. Lady Steelwind, Your Majesty. The High Speaker is ready to speak with you. Oh, wonderful. I've been looking forward to this all day. Shall we go together, Miss Steelwind? Yes, Your Majesty, she would like to accompany you. Wonderful. We shouldn't keep him waiting. Okay. He understands his daughter so well. Okay. Scaled Lord, how does she plan to marry him if she can't even speak properly in his presence? Honestly. I also have something important to do. Good day to you, commoners. He's going towards the rostrooms. I will be taking my leave as well, but make no mistake, my men will be keeping an eye on you two. Everyone has left the room now. Perhaps you should move somewhere else. The common room. Oh. Oh, what are you doing here? Did you follow us? Not intentionally. Trust me, you're the last person we wanted to see today. Hush now, Von Sanctus. If they are here by chance, it is Because the cosmic balance wills it so. Like her already. Ugh, not this again. So, I don't think we've met. I'm Coraline Sybil, Lady of the House of Sybil. And she's, of course, in divination. Coraline. Is it Caroline? I think Coraline sounds more like a noble than Caroline. Coraline sounds more pretentious, you know. So, this is the head of the fourth pillar family. She's not quite what you were expecting. Between her, Lucio, Lloyd, and William, she definitely seems the most agreeable. For better or for worse, you've gotten to know the other pillar families decently well. Thought Lloyd was a noble, a four pillar member. It might benefit you to learn more about her. Is Carolyn. Coraline would probably be a... Yeah. I suppose it's a choice, really. See you. So, you're the leader of House Sybil. The periods, they make them look like large elves. The big ones. What does your family do exactly? How are you this ignorant? Each of the four pillars, as you commoners called them, control different branches of the kingdom's government. House Steelwind oversees national defense and law enforcement. House Frege oversees economic developments and finances. House Fontax handles commerce, both local and international. And finally, there's House Sybil. We handle the kingdom's legislative and judicial branches. That would also mean you're responsible for our kingdom's justice system. That is correct. Oh, wonderful. Here we go. Lady Sybil, are you aware of the rampant corruption happening within your justice system? I suppose it's only inevitable that you'd see it that way. Am I wrong? I've been involved in plenty of court cases and it's very obvious. All your courts care about is closing cases as quickly as possible. The system is corrupt to its core. The court doesn't even try to hide it half of the time. Yet you've prevailed against this so-called corruption in each and every one of your cases. Only against every conceivable odd. And I can't be everywhere. Do you have any idea how many commoners are falsely convicted every day? If they are convicted under my system, it's only because the cosmic balance deems it so. What are you even talking about? The cosmic balance is the natural order of things. Under it, the guilty are punished, while the innocent are protected. And yet, when a noble commits a crime, they only need to waive their influence to escape any consequences. All while their victims are forced to suffer in silence. Or worse, an innocent commoner is framed for the crime. Regardless of your personal feelings, our kingdom needs the nobility to govern the people. If they were held to the same standards as commoners, our society would surely collapse. You take back what you said about her being the most agreeable of the four pillars. So you think nobles like Von Pierce and Von Sanctus should just be allowed to get away with murder? Are you still sore about that? I'm sure you realized it by now. I've more than paid for what happened with Justin Wine. He didn't even remember the name. His name was Justin Way. Alright. And he says Jason Way. Just Jason Wine. Jeez. His name was Justin Way. It's pretty easy to remember because he was just in the way, you know. And if you were truly paying for your crimes, you would be in prison right now. Von Sanctus made a mistake, but removing him from his position would only create more suffering. Our government is barely recovering from the death of William Frager. Wyvern can't suffer the loss of another house leader this close to that. The way I see it, that I think you nobles overstate your importance in our lives. We'd probably be fine without you. I suppose you commoners are capable of coordinating macroeconomic initiatives. Oh, and I suppose you're also capable of engaging in diplomacy with the other nations. Face it, as much as you loathe to admit it, ours is a symbiotic relationship. More like a parasitic relationship. So what? The common folk should just continue to suffer for the good of our nation? Lady Sybil, the people of the kingdom you claim to be protecting are suffering because of your inaction. My inaction? You place the blame on me? But what have you done? You were once a champion for your so-called justice, but you've stopped your work as a defense attorney. How many lives could you have saved in the month that you spent on vacation? It's not his responsibility to solve your mess. You have no idea how much he suffered trying to do the right thing. Celeste. Perhaps you're right. He shouldn't bear that kind of responsibility alone. But every commoner has the ability to learn and practice law as you do, Mr. Cuthbert. So why are you one of the few commoners that do so? From what I've heard, you're one of the few people who defends mages of the common folk. Every other attorney wouldn't even consider taking them as clients. Perhaps the problem lies in the common folk then. They are fully capable of rising to defend the so-called innocent, yet they do nothing. Never mind, this was clearly a mistake. Let's go, Celeste. Yeah, finally, thank the Scaled Lord. You okay? Yeah, I should have expected that. But I never expected someone with so much power to be so out of touch with reality. Actually, that's exactly why they're so out of touch with reality. The more power, the more out of touch with reality they get. Because nothing can touch them. Come on, let's go somewhere else. We still have some time before the meeting. Knave. So the garden. Someone's put a hat on it! Oh. I don't like that. You find yourself in the Grand Cathedral and stumble upon a strange statue. Wow, that's a little out of place. Yeah, why did they put a hat on it? What even is it? If my memory is correct, it's a Pegasus. Huh? Hello, friends. Tracker! Oh, it's you. As you inspect the contemporary piece of art, you're startled by a familiar voice. And it looks like she's not alone either. Although with Eris, along with Eris, she seems to be accompanied by both of her sisters. Beatrice, aren't you supposed to be dead? Sorry, I wasn't trying to say... No, it's perfectly understandable. You of all people know what was on my blood contract. But it appears that Lady of Discord isn't going to kill me just yet. Ugh, do you really have to do that? What? Never mind. Right. It's a little awkward speaking to the Frege sisters after everything that happened. But they don't seem hostile, and all things considered, you prefer their company over Sybil's. Although you're not sure how you feel about speaking with a murderer, especially one that you addicted. But Beatrice clearly knows how more than about demons and their kind than you do. They're all here. Only faces that aren't returning from case 2. With the exception of Eris. You wonder if he knows about the Heavensborn. Beatrice Frege. So you seem to be doing well, all things considered. You mean how a demon now has ownership over my soul? Yeah, that. How can you be so calm about this? I must agree with Miriam. It's a little unnerving how nonchalantly you're treating this. I suppose it's the knowledge that everything is out of my hands now. There's something about it. There's something peaceful about it. It's certainly a positive way to look at it. You know, my offer still stands. I can try to help you. At the risk of your own life, Which part of the contract would you dispute anyway? You recall reading her blood contract in the courtroom that day. There was very little room for interpretation. It was airtight. The demon I signed that contract with was very meticulous about the details. I've spent the last 5 years looking for any possible loopholes. But I don't think it didn't find anything substantial I could use. I don't even think disputing it is possible. I'm sorry. Don't be. You defeated me. I won't suffer your pity. Eris Almater. I feel like we always end up randomly meeting like this, Eris. What brings you here? I requested to accompany Beatrice to this event. After all, I don't have many opportunities to enter a church like this. Ugh. I can imagine. By the way, is your father still... Oh, if you're worried about him, we've already had a conversation about you. I don't think he'll be accosting you anytime soon. Oh, thank you. That seems too good to be true. How'd you pull something like that off? He may look like a hardened criminal, but he's always had a soft spot for his family. He's also owed me, and I have a way of making people see things my way. She's right about that. Maranath. Wait, if you're here, does that mean Maranath is also... Oh, heavens no. There's no way they'd let me bring him here of all places. I left him at the entrance with the King's Guard. If he tries to escape, that knight over there is ordered to kill me. She points to a knight that's silently watching the sisters from afar. You're surprisingly calm about this. Please, I deal with demons, and this is nothing in comparison to that. You really haven't changed. I suppose not. Running out of voices. They're just the same. Like it's like a D&D campaign. Like same. Every DM be like, eventually, they'll just run the same voices. Wait, does that mean you can't see right now? How did you know that I was looking? How did you know which statue I was looking at? It was a lucky guess. that grotesque statue makes an impression on you. Oh, Maraneth just spoke with me. He wanted me to let you know that he can smell your celestial stink from the entrance. Love you too, Maraneth. Oh wow. I probably shouldn't repeat his response to that. Oh, I'm very curious as to what he said now. By the way, you seem to know a lot more about these things than I do. What exactly is a Heavensborn? What? Did you seriously not know? But you know how to issue a divine edict. That's a very advanced technique. It sort of came to me in the moment. What? Anyways, I'm quite surprised you don't know about your lineage. Perhaps my mother knew. I lost her when I was really young. I see. You have my condolences. But to answer your question, a Heavensborn is a human whose bloodline has been touched by the gods. Gods? You mean like the Scaled Lord? No, I'm speaking of the actual gods. Beatrice, you can't say that here. Oh, come off it. What is the church going to do? Arrest me? Anyways, your blood has been touched by the celestials of the upper planes. Much like my soul is bound to the abyssal hells, your soul is consecrated and tied to the heavens. The heavens. Is that why you're able to see, to use the Eye of Horus? Is it some kind of angelic power? Make no mistake though. If you find yourself under the wrong circumstances, even you can be sent to hell. The Celestials. The Church of Bahamut is prominent in Wyvern but this is the first time I've heard of the Celestial Gods. Ah, that makes sense. It's probably because of Wyvern bloody history with theocracy of Lumina. The theocracy? Aren't they the nation northeast of us? Yes, Luminites worship the celestial gods, while our people worship the ancient dragons. A few decades ago, our nation was locked in a bitter war with the Luminites. Even now, the Crown sees the celestial religions as a possible threat to our draconic culture. The Church has done its best to wipe out any religions that worship the Celestials. I see. But if your bloodline is blessed by the Celestials, does that mean that our kids will also be Heavensborn? I suppose so. I think my mother was also a... Wait, what did you just say? Your kids. I asked if your kids will be Heavensborn. Oh, I must have misheard you then. Wow. If only you were always this easy to lie to. Any, anyways, I'm a little curious about the theocracy of Lumina. If they worship Celestials there, would I find other Heavensborn there? Heavensborn aren't common there either. Frankly, I'm surprised there's even one Heavensborn living in Wyverngard. How did your bloodline even find its way here? I suppose I don't really know. My mother told me... It never told me much about our ancestry. That makes sense. If the Church of Bahamut knew what you were, they would have definitely hunted you down. Great. The last thing you need is another faction that wants to kill you. Anyways, travel into and out of Wyverngard is technically illegal. And I doubt Lord Steelwind would make an exception for you. He is an old veteran of the Great Illuminite War. Veteran? Vet? Oh no! I hate the vet! I'm not going! You'll never take me alive! We love Tracker. I'm so glad he appears in more than just last case. Even if this is just a cameo, I'm in love with Tracker. You all watch as Tracker frantically runs through the garden, barking loudly. Leif chases after him as he runs towards someone. I should probably go help her. It's almost 2 p.m. Anyways, we should head to the prayer room. Thank you for answering my questions, Beatrice. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to help you with your situation. Of course. Let's go, Celeste. Right. Try not to look so down. It's almost time for the main event. Why did you bring me here? Oh, who knows? Whatever you're planning to make me do, please. Please don't make me harm my sisters. You're in no position to make demands. You'll just have to hear for yourself. Stay safe, Mr. Cuthbert. No, hang on. This statue. I can only feel it suffering. What? Its face is contorted into an expression of pure agony. It screams out in terror, yet no one can hear its pleas for mercy. Someone, ignorant of its plight, has placed some sort of vain party hat upon its head. It's as if they are mocking its torment, like some kind of demon torturing a poor hole in the fields of Avernus. What are you even saying? I'm sorry. I need to take a moment to think about what I've just witnessed here. We all should. Alright, Tyrion. You do that.
Repario Arcanum.
Oh. The hat. Are you ready? Yeah. At least I hope so. If it becomes too much for you, don't hesitate to leave. I only need a few moments to look into his mind. No, I'm the one who asked you to do this. And I'm not going to leave you alone with him. Alright. If that's what you want. Tyrion? Yeah? Thank you for doing this. It really means a lot to me. Of course. This will finally give you the answers that you've been looking for. It's not just that. You've done so much for me since I met you. You got me acquitted. You helped me work through my grief for my dad. It feels like I can never repay that. What are you talking about? For the past few months, all I've been doing is relying on you. I genuinely don't know what I'd do if you weren't a part of my life. I should tell him. Tell me what? Ah, get out of my head! You're really bad at guarding your mind. You know you can tell me anything, right? Ah, Arya. How long have you been standing there? Well, I knew you'd be here around this time. I wanted to wish you luck, but you two seem to be in the middle of something. I didn't want to interrupt. Don't stop on my account. I'll just get out of your way. As she awkwardly skitters away, you see something fall out of her pocket. Oh, Arya, you dropped your runestone. As she picks up the runestone, she accidentally activates it. An image of a piece of evidence appears for a brief moment, but she quickly hides it. But not before Celeste sneaks a peek at it. Oh. I see. Celeste, don't invade her privacy like that. Don't be like that. I'm really happy for you. Thank you. Good luck. A part of you really wants to know what she saw. But one of you has to exercise some self-restraint. Anyways. Let's go meet with him. Yeah, let's do this. I can tell him after. He's lost the colour in his hair. I think. Ah. You finally arrived. I suppose that this means you finally decided... Wait, you two? We got your letter. Letter? What letter? You sent us a letter, Pierce. It said you know who Celeste's parents were. I did send that letter, but not to you. What? I don't like this. And so the final act begins. I've been waiting for this. What the hell are you doing? Have you gone mad? No, what are you doing? Stop. Lady Steelwood? What are you... Is this also the will of the cosmic balance? Come on, just tell us the truth, Pierce. You are the last person I would give this information to. He's getting more stressed. Just a little more and you'll... As you interrogate him, you suddenly hear a loud crash outside the room. What was that? I'm going to take a look and see what's going on. What? Are you just going to leave us here? He's right. We don't know what's going on. We should stay together. Don't worry. There were who guards outside. They're from the King's Guard. You'll be fine. That's not what I'm worried about. But I'll trust your judgment. What? It's been almost 10 minutes since Celeste went to investigate the noise. Pierce seems extremely on edge. He's sitting at one of the tables, impatiently tapping its surface with his finger. So you never intended to send that letter to me. Why did you send... Who did you send it to, then? Oh, as if... I would ever tell you that. Luckily for you, he doesn't... He should have enough accumulated stress by now. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Even if I wasn't the intended recipient, you said that you knew who Celeste's biological parents are. Who are they? Are you seriously focused on that right now? It's far too important. It's my only bargaining chip. Answer the question, Pierce. What was that? Somnia. What is this? A blue luminous vapor enters the room, and as soon as it makes contact with you, you suddenly feel extremely fatigued. Damn it, it's a sleep spell! Sleep. I miscalculated. No, if they got here, then that means Celeste. You try your hardest to stay conscious, but the spell is too powerful. You feel your body slowly dropping to the ground. No. Beatrice? For Tyrion. What? Celeste. Tyrion, oh my, I'm sorry. Sorry, I should have listened to you. I should never have left you alone with him. Hey, it's okay. Tears streaming down her eyes. She was clearly worried about you. You try your best to comfort her as you look around the room. What happened? How long were you knocked out? Oh. There's a body. As you look around, you see several other people with you. Commander White is leading a group of knights. They all have their weapons drawn and pointed at someone. It's Prosecutor Steelwood? Commander, I understand your position, but there has to be another explanation. Look, Your Majesty, get where you're coming from. But from what the witnesses have told us, it has to be a case of mage blight. You look around the room and see a pool of blood at the end of one of the tables. Celeste, where's Pierce? Tyrion. I don't know how to tell you this, kid, but Garrick Pierce is dead. What? We're honestly surprised that you're okay. But who? You look at the knights who all have their weapons pointed at the prosecutor. Wait a minute. You think Steelwind did this? It wasn't just Lord Pierce, Mr. Cuthbert. We also found the bodies of Lord Von Sanctus and Lady Sybil. Not to mention should a bunch of the King's Guard have gone comatose. Comatose. I don't want to believe it, but several people saw Steelwind acting off at the scenes of each of the murders. We also found her unconscious here, and Pierce's body was lying next to her. No, it wasn't her. I saw Beatrice before I passed out. She was the one that knocked us out. Beatrice? What the hell is going on? Commander White, you need to put me in a holding cell. It needs to be one with an anti-magic field. What? I'm a danger to everyone here. We need to go now. What are you talking about? Now is not the time. Do it, Commander. Right. You watch as the Inquisition arrests Steelwind and escort her out of the room. Damn it. What happened? I know you have many questions, Mr. Cuthbert, but we should make sure that you're okay. Yeah, there's a necromancer in the nave. They also have a point. They have a point. You have no idea what happened whilst you were asleep. You follow their suggestion, but not before making a note of the current time. 3:12 p.m. Nothing seems to be out of the ordinary, except... What's wrong with him? If you would just let me finish. There appear to be traces of necromancy on you, Mr. Cuthbert. Necromancy? It's probably nothing. Did your assistant cast any spells on you? Oh, right. I used healing magic on him when I found him unconscious. I expected as much. But it never hurts to make sure. Anyways, nothing seems out of the ordinary. You're quite healthy. You should be fine to go about your business. But please speak with me again if you experience anything out of the ordinary. Thank you. I am Lazaric Asclepius. I'm gonna need to figure out how the hell to pronounce that. Asclepius? I am Lord Lazaric Asclepius of House Asclepius. There we go. And there are no thanks needed. My apprentice apparently owes you a lot. Apprentice? Wallace Nightgrave. I believe he was one of your clients a few months ago. Oh, right. Steelwind did mention that she introduced you to. Speaking of Steelwind, I really find it hard that she did this. Mr. Cuthbert, but Mage Blight isn't exactly a benign condition. When it takes hold of a mage, it doesn't matter what kind of person they are. Violent behavior is almost always a result of delirium, of the delirium it puts them in. It's unfortunate, but the mages have to be held responsible when cases like this happen. Unless someone is framing her. Tyrion, I fought her. What? Do you remember back when we were hearing that weird sound? I went outside to see what was going on. I saw her outside and the guards were all unconscious. I tried to ask her what was going on, but she didn't say anything. She just attacked me. What was her emotional state like? Oh. Well, she was pretty cold and emotionless. It almost looked like she was sleepwalking. That's actually pretty strange. What do you mean? When someone is affected by Mage Blight, they enter a state of extreme psychosis. Psychotic episodes like that raise the affected mage's paranoia to ridiculous levels. That's why these cases almost always end up in violence. If she was affected by Mage Blight, she shouldn't have looked anywhere near as calm as you're describing. Ah, there it is. Ah. You might be onto something, Mr. Cuthbert. If what you're saying is true, there has to be more to this. You're planning to defend her, aren't you? At the very least, we need to find out what actually happened. I feel like there's more to this than we're seeing. Right. Commander White, you need to put me in a holding cell. It needs to be one with an anti-magic field. What? I'm a danger to everyone here. We need to go now. She wanted them to arrest her. Right, it's as if she thought she was a danger to others. Regardless of what happened, she clearly believes that she was responsible for this. But there's no way that she'd do something like this. something else is happening here, and you will get to the bottom of this. You're not sure where each of the murders occurred, but the Inquisition should be able to tell you more about that. You'll also need to speak with Steelwind. If she really was affected by Mage Blight, she should be able to remember what may have caused it. But anyways, the prayer room is the room you're most familiar with. You'll probably want to start there. Prayer room. You arrive at the prayer room. It's now swarming with knights from the Inquisition. You find yourself staring at the chalk outline of where Pierce's body once was. You can't help but feel a little uneasy. You've been to plenty of crime scenes before, but even if you were unconscious, you were here when the murder happened. It's a little unnerving knowing how close you came to death. Are you okay? Yeah. But now's not the time for an existential crisis. Steelwind's future counts on you figuring out what happened. You still don't know what happened after you fell unconscious. The Inquisition believes that Steelwind broke into this room, knocked you and Pierce out, and then killed him. You remember it clearly. You saw Beatrice before you lost consciousness. There's more at play than you realise. Celeste also fought Steelwind after Beatrice knocked you out. Perhaps she could tell you more about how she was acting. The fight with Steelwind. Let's review what happened. Before Beatrice knocked me out, we heard a commotion outside, and you went to investigate. Can you tell me about your fight with Steelwind? What was she like? Well, she wasn't her usual self. It's like she was in some kind of daze. I noticed it even before she attacked me. Something was wrong with her. Oh, yeah, and she didn't even respond to me when I tried to talk to her. It's like she didn't even recognize me. But from what Lord Asclepius said, she would have been acting more erratically if she was affected by Mage Blight. It's possible that you fought someone disguised as her. I guess that's possible. But whoever they were, their magic was still extremely powerful. And several members of the Four Pillars families were assembled here. It could have been one of them. We should speak with Commander White when we get the chance. The Grand Cathedral was closed from the public for whatever was happening here. They probably have a list of people who was present when the murders happened. This means that whoever did this was one of the nobles that was here today. Beatrice Frege. Beatrice can cast invisibility, so I doubt she'd let you see her. But did you see her at any point when you were fighting Steelwind? Celeste? Sorry, I don't know. I was too focused on staying alive. I've actually been meaning to ask you about that. Aren't you really strong? I've never even seen you break a sweat in a fight before. Well, she was really tough. It was terrifying, honestly. It was mainly her magic. I've never fought someone with spells that powerful before. She didn't hurt you, did she? No, but it got pretty close. I think she realized that she couldn't beat me, so she just ran past me into the prayer room. So her real target was Pierce, but why? Did you see the moment she murdered Pierce? No, when I arrived at the prayer room, I saw Ewan's Steelwind unconscious on the ground. And Pierce was already dead. Though I'm assuming you didn't see Beatrice anywhere. No, she wasn't there when I arrived. How did she leave the prayer room without Celeste noticing? Did she turn herself invisible? Timeline. We showed up at the prayer room for the meeting at 1:50 p.m. Then we interrogated Pierce for about half an hour. That's when we heard that commotion outside and you went to investigate it. Right. I think Beatrice knocked me and Pierce out 10 minutes after that. How long did you fight Steelwind before she pushed past you? We definitely fought for a while. Must have been at least 20 minutes. After that, she gave up on fighting me and ran into the prayer room. Which means that Beatrice somehow got into the room during your fight. That discounts my theory of her disguising herself as Steelwind. You regained consciousness at 3:12 p.m. That means you were knocked out for more than 40 minutes. There are still a lot of unknowns about what happened. You'll need all the pieces if you want. You'll need all the pieces if you want to put this puzzle together. It's a chalk outline where Pierce's body probably was. Looks like he was sitting against this altar when he died. And the bloodstain seems to imply that the fatal wound came from his chest. An autopsy report would be helpful here. You should ask the commander for a copy next time you see it.
Repario Arcanum.
There are traces of conjuration magic all over the room. That must have been left by Beatrice's sleep spell. Oh, there's a trace of transmutation here. It's all around his body. Interesting. Did the murderer wound him using a transmutation spell? There's a trace of necromancy on the ground here. It's probably from when I tried to heal you. Looks like we found everything here. Okay, let's see. Examine. Detect magic.
Repario Arcanum.
Okay. Garden. Poor guy. Yeah. It's just you, Celeste, and the statue. The horrible statue. I don't feel safe here. Why is that statue freaking you out so much? That Pegasus is literally a celestial like you. I don't know, but I can feel it suffering through the eye. It's an inanimate object, Tyrion. Let's move somewhere else. Alright, whatever it takes to get you to stop acting so weird.
Repario Arcanum.
Okay. Common room? Holy! You retrace your steps to the common room. This was the last place you saw Von Sanctus's Hibble before everything happened. You look around and you see the room has been entirely scorched. You can smell the scent of burnt cloth and flesh in the air. What happened here? Was there some kind of fire? Yeah, we think the perp lit a fire using magic. As you enter the room, Commander White approaches you. He seems to be accompanied by the typical Legion of Knights. Commander White? Hey kid. You investigating what happened too? Something like that. We just want to figure out what really happened. You and me both. Nothing about this case makes any damn sense. I'll be honest, I could really use your help in trying to figure this out. Honestly, you're not sure who you can trust at this point. But the commander is leading the investigation. He's bound to have information that will be useful to you.
Repario Arcanum.
There's a trace of abjuration magic in the center of the room. Do the traces overlap with the body? Kind of. It's sort of square-shaped. Square-shaped. I can't see the traces, but there also seems to be a square-shaped outline around the body. You're right, they perfectly overlap. The area inside the square is a lot less burnt now that I look at it. Was he trying to protect himself? Oh, that would mean... Oh, that sounds even worse. I'm not sure what this means yet. But it's definitely worth taking note of. There are traces of evocation in a bunch of different spots around the room. We think the perp threw a bunch of fire-based evocation spells around to start the fire. The King's Guard used a bunch of water-based evocation spells to put it out before the fire spread. That makes sense. With that knowledge in mind, there's nothing out of the ordinary here. I just thought that was like a skylight or something, but it's not. The borders. Ugh, this whole situation is a damned mess. Has the Inquisition found any clues to explain what happened? We only have the basic stuff so far. We only just received the autopsy reports. That's still pretty useful. Do you have copies of them? Sure, knock yourself out. Autopsy report, Garrett Pierce. Caroline. And there's Lloyd. Wait, Pierce was killed with a frozen blade? A shard of frozen liquid. How was that? Traces of transmutation. Cause of death was suffocation. Her body was found floating in a nearby. It's not. You think it would specify drowning if it was... Wait, Pierce was killed with a frozen blade? Isn't that similar to how he killed Flintheart? Sorry, I didn't mean to. No, it's okay. Still strange though. Why would the murderer kill Pierce using such a convoluted method? If Steelbeard really was affected by Mage Blight, she wouldn't have done something like that. Use shape liquid, huh? Most curious. Anyway, the types of death also seem to tell a story. Oh, actually, there's a thought. 245, 218. So he was first. Much later, but notably, it was about 20 minutes. Would she? No, she would have been able to. If we look at the reports, the murderer must have killed Von Sanctus, then Sybil, then Pierce, in that order. Yeah, that's our working theory too. If we look at this map, we can rather use this map, but okay. We could see where the prayer room and the common room are. Lady Sybil's body was found in the lake west of here. But since the Grand Cathedral was built on a cliff, there isn't an easy way to get there in such a short amount of time. So that raises my next question. The murderer threw Sybil from the balcony. The Grand Cathedral was built on a cliff over the lake. The westward balcony just happens to be right over it. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. We even have a witness who saw Steelwind there. Really, who was it? It was the High Speaker Theon Arceus. That'd just be fun. Please tell me he's got a familiar. I would love it if he had a familiar. High Speaker? He's the shot caller of the Church of Bahamut. He stands at the top of the religious hierarchy, from what I hear. He spotted Steelwood near the west balcony and noticed that she was acting suspiciously. He called out to her, but she ignored him. So she knew that he saw her, but she didn't attack him. Yeah, he really lucked out. But if she was having a psychotic episode, he would have noticed that. From what you said, all she did was ignore him. You're right, this whole Mage Blight story doesn't really add up. Either way, we'll just have to talk to him directly to find out more. Putting that aside, there's something else that's strange. What's that? It's about the order that the murders occurred in. They got to Sybil extremely fast. Means the murderer went to the common room, then the west balcony, and then the prayer room. if we look at the map, the murderer's route seems a bit strange. The murderer could have killed. Hang on, I want to see the map. Prayer room. Killed Pierce. Could have killed Pierce second. The murderer must have passed right by the prayer room before they Sybil's body. Why wouldn't they just murder Pierce on the way there? Maybe they wanted to dump Sybil's body first. Or they were afraid of fighting me. Aren't you giving yourself too much credit? No, she has a point. Out of everyone who fought the murderer, Celeste was the only one who didn't die or fall comatose. Anyways, there has to be a reason why the murderer deliberately chose that route. Okay, you've created a rough outline of the murderer's actions. But the real clue will lie in how each of the individual's murders occurred. That starts with figuring out how Von Sanctus was murdered. How were the murders discovered? How did the Inquisition find out about the murderers anyway? Did a witness come across the body? It all started when Prince Alaric ran up to us. He told us he saw a fire breaking out in the common room. He also saw Steelwind there, but when he tried to talk to her, she hit him with some kind of spell. She attacked one of the princes? Yeah, but it didn't look like she hurt him. That guy, as a Claire Pierce, inspected him and he told us he wasn't injured. I'm glad that he's okay, but wouldn't Arya used a more violent spell if she was affected by Mage Blight? It's possible that she was throwing spells randomly and he just happened to get really lucky. I suppose that's possible. But there wasn't anyone else nearby when this... But was there anyone else nearby when this happened? I would have expected a Prince of Wyvern to be under constant guard. Yeah, that was kind of my mistake. I ordered the knights to give him some space, considering what just happened. But that would be... Sorry, kid, if you don't No, it's not my place to tell. I have orders from the top to stay quiet about that. But it looks like you'll need to ask someone higher up. It's still strange, though. Why were all these nobles gathered here? Anyways, whenever the perp hit him, it only put him in a daze. He could barely walk or talk. He couldn't even approach us until the spell had worn off. And the weirdest about it all is that he was pretty close to where we were. But for some reason we didn't find him until after the spell wore off. That must have been traumatic. I hope he's okay. Why didn't anyone see him during this fight time? After he told us about what was happening, we went to put out the fires. That's when we saw a bunch of guards knocked out outside the prayer room. Did you see me? No, this all happened around 3:10 p.m. Right, that was probably well after Steelwind moved into the prayer room. Celeste must have followed her into it. The report has been added to your notes. The comatose guards. When you arrested Steelwind, I recall you mentioning that a bunch of guards were comatose. Did the murderer use some kind of spell to knock them out? I don't think so. I'm just as lost as you are about that. Some of the victims didn't have any magical trace on them. So we know that they're not under the effect of a spell, but they still haven't woken up. That's odd to say the least. Is there any common thread between the knights and between the knights who fell comatose? They might help us deduce what happened to them. Well, we found all of them at the location Steelwind was spotted. That can't be a coincidence. But he just admitted that they weren't being affected by any kind of spell. What's going on here? Comatose Knights. Arya Steelwind. Commander White, you keep saying the perp instead of Steelwind. Even though everyone else seems to think she was responsible for this. Do you also suspect that she's being framed? Just doesn't add up. If she did give herself Mage Blight, her actions wouldn't have been so deliberate. And definitely not the type of person to just go around murdering people. Even if she was, she's led a lot of Inquisition's investigations recently. She's investigated plenty of homicides and she knows exactly how we do things. Whoever did this got the job done, but they were sloppy about it. A bunch of witnesses saw her, and she didn't even try to hide herself using her magic. So either she had Mage Blight, which doesn't match with her behaviour, or she did this intentionally and wanted to get caught. Neither scenario makes any damn sense. Someone has to be framing her. That's the only reasonable explanation. Honestly, I'm not so sure about that either. What do you mean? You saw her when we arrested her, right? Didn't you? She wanted us to lock her up. It's like that she thought she was a danger to herself and others. Right, that's the same impression I got as well. If it weren't for the witness's statements, I'd be sure she gave herself Mage Blight. The strangest thing is that I've never seen her that scared before. Something really rattled her about what happened. Beatrice Frege. Did you follow up on what I said about Beatrice? I know she was in that the room when Pierce and I fell unconscious. She has to be involved in this somehow. Well, she's already in prison, so we are already ahead on that account. But when we asked her what happened, she said she couldn't remember anything. Such an obvious lie. She has to be hiding something. Normally I'd agree with you, but she's not the only one with missing memories. Steelwind also can't remember anything. What? Looks like you'll have to speak with her about that. What about Eris and that knight who was guarding her? Did they see anything? Sorry, kid, but Eris Ilmater has been missing since everything went down. What? Do you have any idea what happened to her? No, but I wouldn't be too worried. What, a witness to the crime is missing and possibly hurt? Look, kid, you may be a hotshot attorney, but I've been in this business a lot longer than you have. Sometimes when these things happen to civilians, they get spooked and run away. I've seen it a million times. You feel like he's not making as big a deal of this as he should be. But he might have a point. Eris is the daughter of a crime lord after all. She might have gone into hiding to avoid having to speak with law enforcement. We don't have the resources to look for her, right? But I'm sure she'll turn up eventually. In the second half, when we have to deal with bringing her down, no doubt. Well, I suppose we can't do anything about that now. But I still hope she's okay. Anyways, what happened about the knight guarding Beatrice? Surely he didn't go missing as well. That's the thing. The knight who was supposed to be watching her is one of the people who went comatose. We found in front of him in front of the prayer room too. Damn it, what happened to him? To make matters worse, that Frege chick knows how to cast invisibility. So even if she was telling the truth, very few people would have actually seen her. And her guard was in front of the prayer room. She must have brought him there somehow. Anyways, would you happen to have a recent version of her spell compendium? Sure, we already have it on record. Yep. Familial bond. Mend wounds. Send message. Animate corpse. Necrotic blight. Shatter. Visibility, there it is. Feign death. Illusory disguise. Right, I forgot how many spells he used during Lord Frege's murder. Yeah, that's a lot of spells. Feign death. The caster must target a creature that's already unconscious. While they concentrate on this spell, the target will appear to be dead. Ooh. Yo, she has a lot of necromantic spells. Shatter. Huh. First victim, Lloyd von Sanctus. It's all a little difficult to take in, but I still can't believe it. After everything he did, von Sanctus was just murdered. I'm surprised to hear that from you. Did he basically get away with offing Justin Way? Way I see it, he got what he deserved. It still doesn't sit right with me. No matter who the victims might have been, no one deserves to die like that. You're definitely a bigger man than I am. Anyways, von Sanctus's autopsy reports says that he died of suffocation. We think the murderer overpowered him and choked him with a rope or something. That hardly sounds like something someone would do during a psychotic episode. Yeah, the more info I get, the more I think he might be onto something. But either way, the fire that the perp started in this room burned his body. didn't completely turn to ash, but it was pretty charred. I think he set up someone set up a like some kind of shield around him, blockading him in, so he could. So they suffocated him outside, which is a horrible way to go. So that fire would have burnt away any evidence of the minor wounds he had. Yeah, we're lucky we even discerned he was hit with an evocation spell. The autopsy reports mentioned that too. But if a fire was started, is it possible that he died from smoke inhalation? No, the divination spell we used always identifies smoke inhalation as death by poisoning, not death by suffocation. I suppose that kind of makes sense. But it's a shame we can't find out how the murderer suffocated him. Spell compendiums. We still know very little about how the murders occurred. Do we have a record of the victim's spell compendiums? They might help us understand what each of the victim was doing during the attack. Sure, knock yourself out. Ooh. We're about to get a load of more spells. Prestidigitation. Hey! Conjure light. Conjure water. Frost wave. Force cage. Slow fall. Foresight. Strike true. Detect magic. Oh. Repair your arcanum. Stone skin. Okay, wow. It's a lot of work. That's a lot to work through. Just want to look at the spells. Yeah, like, jeez, that's a lot of spells. Miss Featherfall. Okay. What's worse about this is I have to check each compendium. So you're the one with slow. Huh. I bet you have a force cage. Force cage, yes. So I reckon he put a force cage around him. Yep. He just died because the cage was up for so long. He just ran out of oxygen. Yep, this is what happens when a bunch of when a bunch of mages are caught in the middle of a murder. Honestly, you've been lucky until now. Nevertheless, I'll need to look over each of these spells when they become relevant. Ooh. There are scorch marks all over the room. Fire must have spread pretty far. Yeah, it was probably going for a while. No one even noticed until Prince Alaric told the King's Guard that he saw smoke. Interesting. We should speak with him and see if he saw anything else. Think you found everything? Okay. West balcony. You arrive at the west-facing balcony of the cathedral. Supposedly, this is where the murderer threw Sybil's body into the lake. Oh, hello there. As you inspect the area, you catch the attention of an old man nearby. From his garb, he appears to be someone who works at the cathedral. I don't believe we've met before. What are you doing here? Sorry for the intrusion. I'm Tyrion, Cuthbert, and this is my bodyguard, Celeste McCoy. We're investigating the murders on behalf of Prosecutor Steelwood. Tyrion Cuthbert, I have heard of you. He doesn't look nearly as criminal as I expected him to be. Jeez. Judging from his thoughts, he probably hasn't heard many good things about you. But forgive my rudeness. I am Theodorchius, High Speaker of the Church of Bahamut, and a Pokemon trainer at heart. So you're the one who saw Steelwind during the murders. Do you mind if we ask you some questions? Only if you beat me in a Pokemon battle. He scans you warily. I suppose there would be no harm in that. What did you see? We heard that you saw the prosecutor acting strangely. Could you tell us more about what you saw? Did it look like she was having a psychotic episode? I wouldn't go that far. But she was certainly acting strangely. How did you come across her? Well, I was on my way to the prayer room. I always recite prayers from the Draconic texts around that time. Wait, he was heading to the prayer room? When I saw her, I first thought she was just enjoying the view of the lake. I was about to greet her, but when I approached her, I saw that she was throwing something off of the edge of the balcony. You must have seen her dumping Sybil's body. You're probably correct. I came to the same conclusion after they found that poor woman's body below us. Although, what is it? I only saw it for a second, so perhaps I'm wrong. But Lady Sybil was wearing much brighter colours this morning. Whatever Lady Steelwind threw into the lake looked much darker. What does that mean? I'm sorry, I can't explain it. Perhaps I was just seeing things. My eyes aren't as good as they used to be, after all. It could have been a trick of the light. Wait, if you saw Arya's dumping Sybil's body, she must have just murdered her. That means you must have been heading to where we were at the time. Oh, you were praying there with Lord Pierce? Not exactly. What? That's not what the guards told me. The guards? Do you mean the ones standing watch outside the prayer room? Yes, they told me Pierce was praying with some acquaintances of his. They said the same thing to Lady Steelwind as well. Wait, Steelwind was there too? Yes, she appeared to be waiting for something. But anyways, I didn't want to disturb them, so I went back to my quarters to pray there. The High Speaker didn't see her fighting Celeste. She must have started her attack after he left. But why would she bother waiting? Either way, we can't exactly question those guards. Yeah, they're still comatose after the attack. Arceus' testimony. We're gonna have a lot of pictures in our evidence. Why didn't you hear anything? Actually, the High Speaker's quarters aren't that far from the prayer room. Why did you not hear anything? Ah. Must have been because of the magical wards in my room. Magical wards? Are they there for security reasons? Not exactly. I actually suffer from chronic insomnia. Even the smallest sound will wake me up at night. Years ago, I had some mages enchant the walls so sound couldn't travel through them. I can't hear anything from outside the room once I shut my door. That does sound awfully convenient. But you doubt he'd lie about something so easily you could so easily verify. Either way, you should make note of this. Soundproof room.
Repario Arcanum.
There are traces of transmutation magic on the debris here. That would imply that a spell was specifically targeted or created, whatever this came from. But I doubt someone created these pieces of gravel. Must have been broken off of something else. There's some sort of debris on the ground. You pick up one of the pieces and feel it in your hand. But it appears to be some kind of gravitable debris near the balcony. I believe that's everything. Alright. Move. Inquisition dungeon time. You arrive at the dungeon to speak with Steelwind, but you can't find her anywhere. The Inquisition of the King's Guard must still be processing her. We should come back later. Garden. You arrive at the cathedral's garden. It's staring into my soul. Then stop looking at me. As you move your attention away from the grotesque sculpture, you spot the Crown Prince. He's sitting on a bed. He's sitting on a bunch. He's sitting on a bench guarded by some knights from the King's Guard. His brow is furrowed, and he seems to be deep in thought. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert and Miss McCoy too. What are you still doing here? We're trying to investigate what happened. We were looking around when we just happened to find you here. I see. Are you okay? Yes, I was just thinking of how unfortunate this ordeal has been. I do hope Miss Steelwood is taking this well. Right, she is his fiancée after all. He must be extremely worried about her. We're trying to find out exactly what happened. Do you mind if we ask you some questions? Well, I see. Well, I do whatever I can to help. Oop. Let's do this trial. You said that you two were investigating the murders. You weren't planning to defend Miss Steelwind, were you? If she would have me. She may be a competent prosecutor, but I have far more experience defending clients. Unfortunately, I think this situation is much more complicated than that. What do you mean? Several house leaders died today. We can't release this information to the public. Not after the news of William Frager's death has already spread. In the course of 2 months, we've lost not one but 3 members of the Pillar families. But the trial has to happen soon, or else the magical traces left will disappear. From what I've heard, we will be holding a trial, but it will be handled privately and internally. I'm sorry to say that you won't be permitted to serve in such a trial. Right. A majority of the nobles hate me after all. You wouldn't be able to pull some strings, would you, Hasta? I'm sorry. I'd like nothing more than to give you the opportunity to represent her. But I clearly have a personal attachment to this case. If I try to tip the trial in her favour, it will only harm her chances more. Right, I see what you mean. But even if we can't help her during the trial, we can still investigate the crimes on her behalf. Yes, I would really appreciate that. If new evidence is found, perhaps we could exonerate Miss Steelwind of the charges against her. After everything that's happened, I really need to know, why were so many nobles gathered in one place anyways? All 4 of the pillar families were present. I understand if you don't want to tell me, but this information could be vital in figuring out what really happened. No, I see your point. The truth is, we all gathered to mourn the death of my father, King Oliver de Wyvern the 8th? The 9th? The 9th? The 11th? No, the 9th. The 9th. Wait, the king is dead? Yes, we wanted to avoid releasing this information to the public so close to the death of William Frager. Someone wants to destroy the multiple... Ooh, the kingdom's gonna be in chaos. Multiple of the 3 of the pillars dead, leaders dead, the king dead. Like, there are only 2 real remaining. A Steelwind accused for that crime? My father has been ill for quite some time, so we were prepared for this. Or at least I thought I was. I also lost my mother when I was quite young. But it's still hard to take in. I'm sorry. You have my condolences. Thank you. But if King Oliver is dead, that would make you... Yes, you currently stand before King Asta de Wyvern, ruler of our kingdom. Considering everything that's happened, he seems less than thrilled about that. It explains why all of these nobles were gathered. They came under the guise of paying their respects. They all wanted to get closer to the new king of Wyvern. I think because we're the only ones who genuinely came to give their condolences. Beatrice Frager. Speaking of the Fragers, I think you need to know... I saw Beatrice Frager before I was knocked out. I think she may have been the one that killed Garrick Pierce. Why would she be here? Why would she be there? I'm sorry, I know she's your friend, but... we already know she's not above committing murder. I see. I suppose if you're saying it, it must be so. But what possible reason would she have to be involved in something like this? I'm not sure yet, but I Glad to find that out. Arya Steelwood. By the way, where were you during the murders? I remember you left with Steelwood when Celeste and I arrived at the cathedral. Ah, yes. Steelwind and I left to speak with High Speaker Arceus in his quarters, that is. What was your meeting about? It was actually about our wedding. With my father's death, Lord Steelwind wanted to finally make our union official. Oh! I would congratulate you, but considering the circumstances, I understand. I appreciate your words nonetheless. Anyway, how long did this meeting last? I believe we spoke with him until 1:40 p.m. But Von Sanctus died at 2:05 p.m. That means that she began her rampage less than half an hour before, after that meeting. Was there anything off about her behaviour? Now that you mention it, something about her demeanour changed. We were speaking of the wedding when she abruptly left. I asked her where she was going, but she ignored me. That sounds similar to what happened when Celeste fought her. There's no way she was affected by Mage Blight. Marriage meeting. I honestly didn't think much of it at the time. I'm quite used to her giving me the cold shoulder. Right. It's possible that the Steelwind the witnesses saw wasn't actually real. Does that mean the Steelwind that attended the meeting was also a fake? What did you see? Anyways, what happened after you saw your meeting with the High Speaker? Did you see Steelwind after that? Actually, I found myself caught up in something else entirely. At 2 p.m. I went to pay my respects at my father's coffin. But apparently someone has set a magical trap there. What? It was a glyph of contingency. Glyph of contingency. When casting this spell, the caster must choose another spell they know. The caster casts that spell, but the contingent spell doesn't come into effect. Huh. I have heard of that spell. It's like a trap, and you can infuse any spell into it. But it requires a second contingent spell to place that trap. Which spell was it? It was Force Cage targeting me. Was the murderer trying to attack you, Asta? Attack Asta too? I don't think so. would have used a more lethal spell if they wanted to. But from the sounds of it, Force Cage can't be dispelled. So Asta would have been trapped inside of it for that full hour. We think the murderer used this as a distraction. Because of that trap, the King's Guard consolidated most of their attention and forces on my location. As a result, there were fewer people guarding Von Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce. And the ones that were there all felt comatose. They can't tell us what happened to them. The trapped king. And yet another inexplicable event is added to the list. After everything you've learned, you highly doubt that Steelwind was affected by Magebite. So someone must be behind what happened, but who? Anyways, it seems he's told you everything he knows. He probably didn't witness much after he was trapped by that force cage. We should move somewhere else and follow your other leads. Okay. Knave. Ah. Alaric is in the nave. He's in the navy. She attacked a member of the royal family and killed several nobles. What else is there to investigate? The laws are clear. What we must do? We should execute her immediately. Alaric, this situation is of far too much importance to make such a rash decisions. We need to approach this calmly and carefully. As you return to the nave, you spotted the young prince in an argument with that nobleman you saw earlier. Now that you think of it, you still have no idea who he is. Oh, it's you two. Your Highness. And I don't think we've been introduced. Ugh. What? I see you're still as insolvent as ever. You stand before Sir Remus Virgilio, Archduke and Royal Visor to the Wyvern Guard throne. So I believe he means advisor. Remus. Archduke. You didn't even know the Kingdom of Wyvern Guard had a title like that. Why haven't you heard of him before? Why are you two still here anyways? I thought the cathedral was closed for the investigation. We're investigating what happened on behalf of Prosecutor Steelwood. I see. Anyways, I have much to attend to. I'll be taking my leave. You sense a tinge of anxiety. Is he avoiding you? Actually, since we have you here, we have some questions for you. Both of you. Humph. You should know your place, knave. What did Virgil... Virgile? Your Grace, where were you when the murders took place? Just what are you trying to insinuate? Please, Aralek, there's no need for that. To answer your question, I was speaking with Lady Frega's familiar. Tracker? No, it was the demon who calls himself Maranath. What? Why would you want to speak with him? He was actually the one who sent for me. According to him, he had some information that was of great import to me. You didn't make a contract with him, did you? Of course not. What kind of desperate fool do you take me for? No, he gave me the information he had freely. But why would he do that? Demons are supposed to always be trying to trick humans into making deals with them. Looking back, it might have been a distraction. What a fool I was. I knew he was playing with me. But I knew he couldn't tell lies. The information he had was too important to ignore. If you don't mind me asking, what was the information about? I'm sorry, but I can't reveal what he told me. It could endanger the people that I care about. But rest assured, I doubt it has anything to do with the massacre. Your Grace, we've only just met. I can't exactly just take your word for it. I suppose that's fair. But believe me when I say that I plan to take this information to my... Believe me when I say that I plan to take this information to my grave. That's ominous. But he's clearly intent on keeping their conversation a secret. Anyways, several members of the King's Guard were watching us. They can verify my alibi. How long did this conversation last? I arrived to speak with him at 1:50, and I didn't leave until 3:10 p.m. So he was accounted for during the time frame of the murders. Why would Maranath go to the trouble of distracting him in the first place? Whoever orchestrated this also used Force Cage to trap Asta. Were they trying to distract the forces in the cathedral? Or were they trying to keep certain people out of the crossfire? Either way, it's clear that Beatrice has a lot to answer for. Steel Wind Spell. Your Highness, we heard that the prosecutor cast a spell on you when you saw the fire in the common room. Can you tell us more about what happened? I can't believe she attacked a member of the royal family. She was completely irresponsible with her magic. I understand your feelings about this, but we can't say for certain that she was inflicted mage blight on herself. We don't even know if it was actually her. I saw her with my own eyes. Plenty of other people saw her, did too. Either way, where did this happen? It was on the path outside of the common room. I saw smoke coming. Oh. I saw smoke coming from the building, and I saw Steelwind walking away from it. So this must have been after she murdered Von Sanctus. I have a feeling I already know the answer, but was she behaving erratically? No, she very deliberately cast a spell on me. Which once again implies that Mage Blight wasn't behind this. Do you know which spell she cast on you? I'm not sure. I've never been affected by a spell like that before. From the magical traces on him, we know that it was a transmutation spell. Transmutation spell will manipulate and change physical matter. It's scary about what that might do to a human body. Are you sure he's okay? Petrificus Totalis. Lord Asclepius inspected him. He doesn't have any lasting injuries. We're hoping the spell's effects were only temporary. Can you describe what you felt while you were affected by it? You might help. That might help us identify which spell it was. Well, I was extremely dazed, and my ears were ringing, and my vision was also partially blurred. It was as if my mind was in some sort of fog. Whenever I tried to speak, I couldn't even form words with my mouth. I could only make grunting sounds. I couldn't walk either, so I had to crawl on the floor. I'm sorry you had to go through that. That must have been traumatic. What kind of transmutation spell would do that to him? It had to be something to do with his senses. Still misdemeanor. You already told us that she wasn't acting erratically. But was there anything off about her demeanor? I only saw her for a moment. But she was definitely different than usual. She was completely emotionless. Yeah, that's what she was like when I fought her too. It's like she was an arcane construct. Her movements were almost robotic. Wait, are there any arcane constructs on the cathedral grounds? No, not for lack of trying on Lord Verton Sanctus' part. The High Speaker and I have specifically forbidden the staff from using them. It would be really convenient if all of this was done using a construct. Although you are a little tired of seeing them in your cases. Yeah, but they can't cast spells, so... It's impossible. Anyways, was anyone else around when Steelwind cast that transmutation spell on you? No, she moved away quickly after she incapacitated me. And even if someone was around, I don't think I could have seen her anyways. Commander White also said that he was surprised no one saw the prince until after that spell wore off. What exactly happened to him? That covers Alaric's account, and we even got the Archduke's statement too. But there's still one last person we need to speak to. Arya. She and Beatrice supposedly have no memories of what happened. If it were only Beatrice saying that, I probably doubt it. If Steelwind also doesn't have any memories, it becomes a lot more credible. She definitely has the missing piece we need to put this together. Are you going to the dungeon to speak with her? I am. Wonderful. I'll be accompanying you. What? As the royal advisor, I have a vested interest in this investigation. While I trust Lucio to leave no stone unturned, I hear you have quite the talent for seeing what the crown cannot. Well, it's not as if you have the authority to stop him, but you still don't know him very well. You'll need to be wary of what you say in front of him. You arrive at the dungeon and see the prosecutor sitting in a holding cell. She seems extremely stressed. It's as if she's trying to figure something out. Mr. Cuthbert and your grace. Steelwood gives a wary look to the Archduke. How are you doing? As best as I can, all things considered. What brings you here? We're trying to investigate everything that happened. I see. I was wondering if you could answer some of our questions. Steelwood, I know your situation is pretty grim right now. But you know you can trust me. You're not the person that I'm worried about. At this moment, I don't even know if I can trust myself. What? What happened? We heard that you don't have memories of what happened. Is that true? It is. No matter how much I try, I can't recall anything. What is the last thing you remember? I believe I was leaving my meeting with the High Speaker and His Majesty. After the meeting, I was planning to return to the nave to speak with my father. But I suddenly felt extremely nauseous. I thought some fresh air might help me, so I went to the balcony. The one over Lake Lacronde? Yes, that's the one. The last thing I remember was losing consciousness as I looked out, as I looked at the lake. Did you cast any magic before this happened? No, I didn't. Are you sure you don't remember anything after that? I don't. All I remember was waking up to the sound of someone sobbing. It was Celeste. She was crying over your unconscious body, Mr. Cuthbert. Magic that could affect the mind. I feel like we've completely ruled out Mage Blight. So I doubt that's why you can't remember anything. Are there any spells that can modify or destroy people's memories? It would certainly explain a lot of this. No, arcane spells can only affect the physical world. But throughout history, mages have attempted to develop spells that can affect the mind. There's no recorded history of any of them succeeding. But you're assuming that arcane spells are the only type of magic that exists. What? I think you've observed it already. There are magical creatures in this world that don't use arcane magic. Isn't that right, Mr. Cuthbert? What? Does he know about the Eye of Horus? I'm not sure what you're trying to imply. Don't take me for a fool. Several of my associates attended the Frager's trial, and they all heard of what that demon referred to you as. Heavensborn. If I learned that Lumina had anything to do with this, Your Grace, I'm not an agent of the theocracy. And even if what you're saying is true, I wasn't the one who manipulated Steelwind's memories. But I suppose you raise a good point. If something affected Steelwind's memories, it wasn't necessarily an arcane spell. In fact, it couldn't have been an arcane spell. It was definitely something else. You're probably right. Which proves that I'm responsible for the murders. What? You just said that you don't have any memories of what happened. Why are you so convinced that you're responsible for this? I told the Inquisition already. I saw Beatrice before I passed out. She's clearly involved in this. Somehow. There's more to this than you realise, Mr. Cuthbert. For the past few months, the Inquisition and I have been investigating a string of seemingly unrelated murders. During each of these cases, we were able to apprehend the perpetrator without issue. But there was always something off about them during questioning. The murders were always abnormally gruesome and passionate. And each of the perpetrators said the same thing. They all said that they had no choice. No choice. Cases like this have been occurring throughout Wyvern, and very little connects the perpetrators to each other. All except one thing. Each of them acted as if they had someone had controlled them against their will. They were probably just desperate. Most murderers try to make excuses after they're caught. They could even just be in complete denial. Aram said the same thing, that these cases were far too similar for me to ignore. I wondered if they were telling the truth. Perhaps each of these murders was committed by an unknown party. I didn't have any concrete evidence, but I knew I was getting closer to something. The Purple Conspiracy. Steelwind, I don't mean to be rude, but this sounds completely insane. You don't even have any physical evidence to prove these murders are connected. There's one piece of evidence, but it's hardly concrete. But it does tie each of these cases together. She takes out a small parchment from her pocket and shows it to you. It's a purple symbol. Several of the people we arrested had an item with this symbol on it. None of them could remember where it came from or even what it was. But they all somehow knew it was called the Purple Mark. But there has to be an explanation for this. It could be an esoteric superstition that we don't know about. If that's true, then ask yourself one thing. Where did I get this parchment from? You don't mean I found it in my pocket after I was properly confined. Whoever I've been chasing must have left it there to taunt me. For all I know, they could have controlled my body and forced me to draw this symbol myself. Either way, this all but proves the massacre at the cathedral is related to it. Purple Mark. Arya's fate. I don't want to dismiss what you said, but this definitely won't hold up in court. Nor should it. If my mind has been compromised, I can't take the risk of leaving this dungeon. Otherwise, I could end up harming more people. Wait, are you planning to spend the rest of your life in prison? If that is what is necessary to keep everyone safe. What about Asta? Weren't you two supposed to be married soon? He's the king now. You can't rule Wyvernguard alongside him from a holding cell. You're correct. But he's already been a remarkable person. He should have no problem finding another suitress. You feel an overwhelming sadness emanating from her as she says that. Arya. No. What? You're not going to sacrifice everything for someone else's actions. Mr. Cuthbert, I'm not going to risk more lives. If I were to hurt His Majesty, I would never be able to forgive myself. Please, don't ask that of me. Here goes. Steelwind is going to throw away everything she cares about for the greater good. Even if he was the one who did all this, she's not the one who's responsible. You can't let her resign herself to a fate like this. An argument. Steelwood, are you seriously just going to throw your life away? If it were necessary, I would give my life for this kingdom. If someone controlled my actions today, they can and will do it again. The villain controlled my mind. And as long as that possibility exists, I can't trust myself. But that's assuming this person can continue to do so. That's not the issue here. If someone else is responsible for what happened, then we need to find out who they are. They're still out there. No, okay. They're still... Oh! I thought that was... Hang on. Log. That's not the issue here. If someone else is responsible, then we need to find out who they are. They could still be out there. If that's true, you are fully capable of finding that yourself. As I've said, I have no memories of what happened. I'm sure one day you'll be able to find out what happened. But you'll have lost everything by then. You will lose. Do you even understand what you're saying? You will lose everything if you let this happen. Even if you aren't executed, you'll spend the rest of your life in prison. If that's what my duty demands, then so be it. I can't continue living my life if my mind is vulnerable like this. I won't endanger His Majesty like that. But that's assuming this person can continue to do so. You said so yourself. You haven't found any evidence to prove your theory. We don't know how this mind control works, and we don't have enough information. We can't just drop this without finding out what really happened. I suppose you're right. But I doubt there was any goal to this. The person responsible was just a sadistic killer. I've been investigating these murders for months. And I've never been able to find any clues as to who the perpetrator is. There's no way to connect them to this. Whoever did this was a sadistic individual who wanted to cause as much suffering as possible. That's not true, Steelwind. Whoever did this had very specific targets in mind. Both Prince Alaric and the High Speakers saw you when the murders were being committed. Not to mention they set a trap for Asta. What? Let's assume that someone was controlling you. They wouldn't have left Alaric, Arceus, or Asta alive if they were trying to kill as many people as possible. I suppose you have a point there. But even so, that hardly narrows things down. If someone was controlling me, they wouldn't need to enter the cathedral to use me. The perpetrator didn't need to enter the cathedral to commit the murders. Perhaps you're right. The perpetrator only wanted to murder the 3 victims. There's plenty of people who might want to see those 3 dead. They would have had to have. The gesture of the congestion spell. When there's one thing you're overlooking. Before the murders started, someone trapped Asta with a forced cage using glyph of contingency. They didn't, but they didn't harm him. It was probably just a distraction. Even so, this gives us two very important clues. First is that whoever did this is capable of casting two spells. This means that the perpetrator was a mage. That's true. But the second is the most important one. Whoever set the trap for Asta, they did so within 24 hours of triggering it. This means that the perpetrator must have been someone who attended the funeral. So it was one of them? That narrows down our list of suspects substantially. There's a chance we could identify who did this. If they really did control your actions, we can find a way to prevent them from doing so again. Steelwood, you need to fight this. I can't. What? Why not? Fighting this will put people in danger. If we pursue an individual like this, they might retaliate even more than they already have. They wanted to remove me from my position. How will they react if I try to resist? They might hurt even more people to send a message. It's far too dangerous. That would go that. Whoever did this had a far bigger goal than you. We can't. Oh, appeal, threaten. Steelblade acts for the greater good. She's still a rational. We can't back down in the face of injustice. I want to say that the answer is this. We can't back down in the face of injustice. It's a shame it's not that. It's easy for you to say. You're not the one who putting loved ones in danger. Whoever did this had a goal far bigger than you and than you. And you have no guarantee they'll stop here. 3 nobles died today, and 2 of them were near the top of the political hierarchy. What if they decide to go after more victims? Who will they go after? Who will they target next? Your father? The king? We need to catch them before they can do more harm. I know you're frightened about what might happen to the people close to you. But we can't let someone that dangerous get away with this. When you put it that way, I suppose I have no choice, do I? Argument 1. I never realised it before, Mr. Cuthbert. What? You really have a bad habit of butting your nose into other people's business, don't you? Yeah, I suppose I do. But you're right. We can't let this go. I'll find a way to dispute this, somehow. Thank you, Mr. Cuthbert. I think we've known each other long enough. You don't need to be so formal. You've successfully argued with Arya Steelwind. Perhaps I've misjudged you. Saving Steelwind's future. I know I agreed to fight this, but what is it? You're the most qualified attorney in the nobility. You'll definitely be able to make a case for yourself. As you probably know, House Sybil controls the legislative and judicial branches of our kingdom. And they've nominated my father as the prosecutor for my trial. What? No one believes my theory of mind control. Everyone believes that I overspent my magic, gave myself mage blight. As a result, they blame House Steelwind for Coraline Sybil's death. Now the only way for him to redeem House Steelwind is to convict me and sentence me to death. But he's your father. There's no way he would... This isn't the first time something like this has happened. When I was a child, my mother accidentally overused her magic and induced mage blight within herself. In her resulting psychotic episode, she massacred an entire village of commoners. No. House Steelwind almost lost everything after that. To redeem himself, my father personally oversaw my mother's trial and her execution. That's... My father's valued his duty to Wyvern over everything else. Nothing matters more to him than that. Not even his family. I want to have confidence in myself, but I don't think I can face him like this. Mr. Cuthbert, what is your stake in all of this? What? You hate the nobility, don't you? So why are you so intent on helping Miss Steelwind? Because she's innocent. I know she is. She would never be irresponsible enough to give herself mage blight. Mr. Cuthbert, it doesn't matter if she's a noble or a commoner. She's being oppressed by the system and she deserves a fair trial. Well said. What? I, Remus Vergiliae, hereby grant you the privilege to serve as Miss Steelwind's counsel. Wait, really? I will be acting as the judge and arbitrator of Miss Steelwind's trial. It is within my right to grant such permissions. Thank you. Why would you... Do you think I've made a mistake? No, of course not. I'll serve as Steelwind's attorney. If she will have me. Of course. There's no one else I would trust more than with this. And please, you've done a lot for me already. You don't have to be so formal. Please call me by my first name. Celeste has already taken to doing that. You mean Celeste Steelwood? But since you'll be defending me, you'll probably need this. The spell compendium. Mend wounds, firebolt, shape liquid, dispel magic, steel wind strike, detect magic, polymorph, hold creature. Firebolt. Finally it appears. Hold creature. It's probably that one. Oh no, it's the evocation spell. Steel wind strike. Polymorph. Dispel magic. Yeah, we're just... Then it's settled. We will hold the trial at my home, the city of Ladon. Ladon? I've never heard of that place. Speak with Lucio. He knows the location well. Before you could ask more questions, the Archduke leaves without a word. He really has a bad habit of just walking away from conversations. But I guess we should consider ourselves lucky. Even if it's unorthodox, this situation will let us approach this like any other trial. You have no idea what you had no idea what you were in for when you agreed to this. And what proceeded next would be unlike any trial you've been in. But even so, you've persevered as you've always done in the name of justice. Regardless of what you'd have to sacrifice to do so. It's an investigation phase. Tyrion. We're definitely lost. You followed Lord Steelwind's directions to the letter, but it appears you found yourself in the ruins of an old city rather than the estate of the Archduke. I don't know. I don't understand. This should be the place. The map even has the giant tree north of here. This can't be the city of Ladon that Virgile mentioned. Was this the village? It doesn't look like anyone's lived here in centuries. But Lord Steelwind's directions were pretty straightforward. So why are we? Wait a minute. Did he give us the wrong location on purpose? Please, what kind of dishonorable cretin do you take me for? Lord Steelwind. Very bad for him to have done that. What are you two standing around here for? The trial will start shortly. He's not alone either. He's flanked by a division of the King's Guard and Arya. It's difficult to tell if they're escorting her or keeping watch over her. You can see one of the knights channeling a spell over Arya. It must be that an anti-magic field. Even now, she must still be wary about someone taking control of her mind. Wait, this is where we'll be hosting the trial? Yes, the Archduke has always been sentimental about this place. I doubt a normal courtroom would have enough space. What? I really don't know what possessed him to trust you. It's a miracle he's even taking part in this at all. But nevertheless, let's not keep him waiting. Before you can ask him to elaborate, he walks past you and heads towards one of the central buildings. It's completely dilapidated. You're a little worried it might collapse on you while you're in it. You look at the prosecutor and raise an eyebrow at her. But she merely shakes her head. It's clear that she's just as lost as you are. Alright, I guess we're doing this. The ruins are filled with everyone who was at the Grand Cathedral that day. All up there. And they all seem to be just out of the loop as you are. The only person who seems unfazed by this entire situation is Lord Steelwind. He's taken his position at the opposite end of the courtroom. It's not the courtroom, it seems that he truly plans on prosecuting his daughter. Remus Virgil, thank you all for coming here today. I appreciate your cooperation with our investigation. Why have you brought us here? This place is filthy. It's crawling with insects and vermin. My apologies. But what happens here today must be kept under wraps for now. I had to choose a location that was away from modern civilization. But nevertheless, I welcome you all to my home. Wait, you live here? I do. Your Grace, I know you wouldn't bring us here unless you were completely certain. But I wanted to ask you one last time. Is this truly what you wish to do? There will be no going back after this day. What? I've made many mistakes in my lifetime. I've gave Wyvern the means to protect themselves. But all it did was wrap them into something monstrous. Oh Lord, I think I've figured out who he is. He's the dragon. The Scaled Lord. I grew I grew bitter seeing what I'd created, so I isolated myself from my people. I thought my best course of action would be to stay in seclusion and leave Wyvern to fend for themselves. I see now what a fool I was. I abandoned my kin to survive in an unjust world. And now foreign powers have ingrained themselves in my kingdom. All because of all because of my negligence. Foreign powers? Does he still suspect that you're an agent of theocracy? Well, no more. It's time that the people of Wyvern and their enemies remember who watches over them. As he raises his hand, magic begins to swirl around him. What's going on? The entire room is violently shaking. Whatever he's casting, it's unlike magic you've ever seen before. A blinding light envelops him, but you can faintly see that his form changing. It's expanding, and from it... Wait, is that... Yeah. What? It's Dragon. As the Archduke assumes his true form, the gallery breaks into hysteria. Some of them kneel in reverence to the ancient dragon. Some of them cower in absolute terror. You see some of them attempt to flee, but before they're stopped by the Knights of the Kingsguard. Enough! This may not be a court, but I will have order. You're an ancient dragon. No, you're the last ancient dragon. That is correct, Heavensborn. I am the Lord of all lords. You all stand before Rathleon, the Scaled Lord. Rathleon, Scaled Lord. Holy moly! Guacamole. Age 1203. Remus Van... He's not an old dragon, actually. Not younger than I expected, actually. Remus Van... Virgileus, an alias I assume when I walk amongst your kind. But make no mistake, even in my human form, I have always had the strength of an ancient dragon. Until now, only the lords of House Steelwind and the kings of Wyverngard have known my true identity. But I will hide no longer. My will alone will determine how this trial ends. Wonder if Rathleon is still alive, like you said. I wouldn't be surprised. Despite everything, our kingdom's constitution still includes him in our government. Wait, really? As the savior of our kingdom, he was given an honorary position on our political hierarchy. His authority technically rivals that of the king. So that's why you're acting as our arbiter. You're the only person with the authority to convict any and all of the nobles here. Make no mistake, Mr. Cuthbert. I will remain impartial regardless of what transpires here. I will not interfere in this trial and... He's too big to fit on the screen. I love it. I will not interfere in this trial, nor will I try to manipulate its outcome. I will only mediate its proceedings and pass judgment when necessary. Well, that's certainly terrifying. Now then, with introductions out of the way, shall we proceed? Of course, Your Grace. Yeah, he does have that, like... He has a lot more presence than Arya does. But I mean, Arya does have a presence. The prosecution is ready. The defense is also ready. I'm sure we're all thoroughly aware of why we've gathered here. But for the sake of doing this properly, could you please list the charges, Lucio? Of course. The defendant, Arya Steelwind, is charged with several counts of manslaughter. Her victims include many knights from the King's Guard who are unresponsive. And of course, there's Lord Ida von Sanctus and Caroline Sybil, the heads of House von Sanctus and House Sybil, respectively. What is this farce? This trial has been over before it even began. Lady Steelwood clearly overestimated herself. Even a child knows to be wary of my plight. No, don't you see? This is Bahamut's judgment. Defined powers that be clearly think that she is unfit to rule at the king's side. Might I remind the court of my own testimony? I witnessed Beatrice Frege enter the prayer room before I lost consciousness. Isn't it suspicious that this occurred around 15 minutes before Pierce's death? Objection! Christ. If I recall correctly, you only caught a glimpse of her. You don't know if it was someone else disguised in an illusion. You didn't even speak to her. It's all the more reason to call her to the stand to explain herself. She has already testified that she has no memories of what transpired during the massacre. There is no need to drag this out any longer than necessary, Cuthbert. My client has a right to a fair trial, and Beatrice Frege's involvement implies some sort of foul play. Enough. I find Mr. Cuthbert's request to be reasonable. And I agree Lady Frege's actions are quite suspect. Very well. The fence have his battle. He puts away the axe at a certain point. I only hope for his sake that his blade strikes true. Why is everything a war metaphor with you? Oh, he was sitting at the witness bench. Beatrice, I'm glad you're safe, Mr. Cuthbert. Hey, look who it is, Marikadev. Not for lack of trying on your part. That wasn't... I have no memories of what I did. If I hurt you, I am truly sorry. She actually looks pretty sincere. It's not as if this is the first time she's lied to you. To be honest, I'm still very little doubtful about your memory loss. But I'm not the only one who experienced it. Arya also has no memories of what happened. And how would you know that? Oh, word travels around quickly in the dungeons. What? That's going to be a problem, I reckon. It's going to get way in the testimonies, I'd say. Regardless, if you truly have no memories of what happened, could you testify about what you do remember? There's a clue that we haven't discovered yet. A clue that we haven't discovered yet. Very well. I love that they use the... I was with my sisters as my guide, Eris for Ilmater. I was speaking with them in the gardens when I suddenly felt ill and lost consciousness. When I woke up, my sisters found me. They said I had gone missing for over an hour. I was very confused, but when I later heard what happened, I realized that someone must have taken control of my body. I have no memories of what happened from what I understand, the same thing happened to Arya. And to make matters worse, there's nothing that indicates who controlled our actions. So she's also saying that someone else was controlling her. Well, her testimony does match up with Arya's statement, but there's something off about the way she's testifying. It's as if she was trying to lie to you. If she was trying to lie to you, she would have been a lot more vague. What is she doing? Huh. Could I look up my sister's found? So you're saying someone also controlled your body?
Objection!
Well, oh. Oh, not you. Well, log. So that's what happens when objection is said. Yes, it's the only explanation for why you saw me in the prayer room. Absolutely ridiculous. Arcane magic is not capable of mind control. You're spinning a fairy tale to absolve yourself. You're compelled to agree with him. So why does something feel... Why do you feel like something's wrong? Think what you will. But please believe me when I say...
Objection!
Why would she say something like that? You found the contradiction, but it was almost like she gave it to you. Beatrice, you said that there's no indication of who orchestrated this. But there is one piece of evidence that doesn't... that does. That does that, just that. Albeit loosely. And what would that be? This symbol. You pull out the purple mark on it and show it to her. Oh, but Marikath had quite the reaction to that. Marinath, what are you doing? What's wrong? He's using his powers to suppress our connection. Magic? I can't actually see what you're trying to show me. Marinath, can you stop being petty and just let her see it? I don't take orders from you, Heavensborn. Yeah. I wonder what's on that paper. You see, Beatrice, Arya has been investigating a string of murders throughout Wyverngard. These murders appear unrelated, despite how gruesome they are. But they all share one thing in common. This symbol was found at each and every crime scene.
Objection!
Don't tell me my daughter has roped you into her little conspiracy theory. Your mind control defense would be laughable if it weren't downright insulting. Lord Steelman, during the gap in Arya's memory, someone placed this mark in her pocket. It was clearly some sort of taunt from whoever orchestrated this. Nonsense. She clearly drew that symbol herself during her psychotic episode. I've had to listen to her go on and on about her insane theory. She was obsessed with it. Mr. Cuthbert, aren't you curious about what just happened? What are you talking about? Think about it. Why did... My apologies. I don't know why I said that. Ugh. Is everything okay, Beatrice? Yes, I'm perfectly fine. Anyways, looks like you'll have to figure the rest out on your own. Figure the rest out on my own. What do you mean by that? There's nothing to figure out. These two are making a mockery of us by spouting these insane theories. The defense clearly has no case. End this at once. Considering what I know, I'd like to indulge this theory. What? The judge is finally giving you a chance for once. That's a first. Hey! Rathalon, best judge ever. I like this guy. I thought he'd be, oh, he's this force that we're going to have to take on at the end of the game. No, he's just a really good judge. Best judge we have. You shouldn't waste this opportunity. You've actually been noticing it for quite some time. Beatrice has been acting strangely since the trial began. It's suspicious, but not in the way that seems to implicate her. It's almost like she's intentionally trying to make you realize something. Why did you pull on this thread a little more? She's just asked you if you were curious about what just happened. You're not sure why she stopped herself when you asked for elaboration. What event was Beatrice referring to? Maraneth hid the purple mark from Beatrice. Maraneth didn't allow Beatrice to see the purple mark. He'd only do that if Beatrice would recognize it normally. Why would Maraneth interfere? But things clearly changed now that she belongs to the Empress of Discord. So why would a demon like Maraneth interfere like this? Maraneth is related. Is investigating hiding. We can't lie. Mastermind is interfering, related to this purple market option? No. Purple mark is related to a demon? Purple mark must be related to a demon somehow. It's the only explanation as to why he would prevent her from seeing the mark. But Arya has been investigating murders throughout Wyvern Guard. Does this mean that her investigation also has something to do with a demon? Arya suspected that each of the murderers was acting against their will, and now Arya and Beatrice are also claiming that they were controlled. How could something control Beatrice? But you do know, might of. How could something control? Beatrice. The other murders Marinath. I've failed. Marinath lost control of their actions. Beatrice lost control of their actions due to a blood contract. You recall what was written on Beatrice's contract during her trial. It said what would happen if she came. Her soul, her mind, and her life would all be claimed by the Empress of Discord. What does this tell us about Arya? If this Empress of Discord owns Beatrice's mind, would that all mean they could also control Beatrice against her will? But if that were true, Arya lost control of their mind. Due to blood clot. No, that can't be right, can it? Did Arya seriously hide a... I don't think so. Seriously sign a blood contract with a demon? But why would she ever do that? But if that's the conclusion that makes the most... But that's the conclusion that makes the most sense. We've been wrong with this before. So... You can't think of any other way someone could control her against her will. And there is one way to find out for certain. The Divine Edict, the ability, that same ability you used against Beatrice during her trial. It was instinctual at the time, but you have some understanding of how it works. It creates a copy of a blood contract between a contract holder and the demon who created it. But for it to work, you need to know the name of the contract holder. In addition, you need to know the name of the demon who created the contract. But going off for what you know, the demon who made the Empress of Discord. This so-called Empress of Discord. She was mentioned in Beatrice's blood contract, but you still have no idea who or what she is. However, she was mentioned in a blood contract created by Marinath. She must be his superior in some way. That might explain why Marinath doesn't want Beatrice to identify the purple mark. You're not sure if a pseudonym is enough, but it's the closest you can get with what you know so far. You've been awfully quiet for a while, Mr. Cuthbert. What are you thinking about? He's probably imagining new ways to futilely stall for time. I think I've figured out why the witness and the defendant can't remember anything. It would also explain why they didn't have control of their actions.
Objection!
Humph. Again with this? If you're so convinced of my daughter's conspiracy, why don't you prove it? I knew it. Even you don't believe in the nonsense you're spouting. Lord Steelwood, I want to be wrong about this. If I'm right, the implications don't bode well for anyone involved. So instead of telling you, I think it would be better to show you. Empress of Discord, wherever you hide. Damn it. I knew you could do it. By the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Arya Steelwind. Arya's blood contract. For the intentions of this contract, the person who hands the contract to Arya Steelwood will be referred to as the patron. By signing this contract, Arya Steelwood surrenders her mind, body, and soul to the patron. The contract will bind Arya to the patron so long as they live. It is signed with Arya's signature. For the intention of... No. This can't be true. This is... Oh, I love that. Okay. Every time. Oh, give me the shivers. Enough. Stop prattling amongst yourselves.
Objection!
No, this is a sham. This wretch has clearly created a convincing fabrication. It's genuine, Lucille. It is impossible to falsify something like this. You can't deny the truth anymore, Lord Steelwind. There is a way to control someone else's actions. Arya Steelwind wasn't affected by Mage Blight. She was controlled against her will. Fear, anger, and sadness. With this evidence, there is no doubt Arya did sign a blood contract. But it still doesn't make sense. I agree. Even if Arya was the type of person to sign a contract with a demon, there isn't a single part of this contract that benefits her. Arya signed the contract because it looked like a normal document. There's a large empty space above the terms of your daughter's contract. When I issue a divine edict, it creates a copy of the blood contract that I call for. I think when she was given this contract, it probably looked like something else entirely different. Something else was written in this empty space to make it look like a legal document. Which means that my client was not in control of her actions that day.
Objection!
Whoa. Cue the music. Enough of this, all of you. Do you see now, Lord Steelwind? Arya was not responsible for what happened. That remains to be proven. What are you talking about? She is a blood contract that relinquishes control of her free will. Not having control and not being responsible are two very different things, Cuthbert. What? I'll admit the defendant may not have had control of her actions when she murdered the victims. However, she did have full control of herself when she signed this contract. Are you serious? No one in their right mind would willingly sign a contract like this. And what of Beatrice Frege? Was she in her right mind when she made a contract with the demon Baroness? If we can't hold the defendant responsible, surely we should also acquit Lady Frege for the murder of her father. That's hardly the same thing. I, for one, fail to see the difference. A fool made a deal with a demon. And as a result, several esteemed members of the nobility were killed. She's your daughter, Licio. And how does that change anything? Damn it. He seriously doesn't care about it. Doesn't care if he convicts Arya. Honestly, this only places more responsibility on her for what happened. I could have accepted it if she had been reckless and accidentally induced Mage Blight. But to sign a contract with a demon? That would only further espouse the need to put her down. She was clearly tricked, Lucio. Is that so? As a fellow attorney, would you really sign a contract without carefully inspecting it? Whether it was through foolishness, negligence, or both, the defendants willingly signed a blood contract. She compromised herself, and as a result, 3 nobles died. The responsibility falls squarely on her. Wait. Even if she willingly signed that contract, that's not entirely true, is it? Lucio, there's clearly someone else to blame for Arya's actions that day. Oh, and who would that be? I'd like to reread my client's blood contract to the court. By signing this contract, Arya Steelwind surrenders her mind, body, and soul to the patron. That can only mean one thing. Whoever this patron is, they clearly they took control of my client and used her to murder the victims. That's right. They could still be out there. None of us are safe until this patron is apprehended. Surely we can't end this trial while every member of the Wyvern Guard nobility is in danger. Well played. I'm compelled to agree with Mr. Cuthbert. Trickery or not, it's clear someone wished ill intent on the nobles. And until we know who this patron is, you can't pass judgment on my client. Not until we know the circumstances that she signed the blood contract under. And what would you have us do, Mr. Cuthbert? The contract has no stipulations about proximity or how this mind control works. For all we know, this patron could have murdered the victims all while sitting in their very home. There was a clear intent behind this attack. Even if the patron didn't participate in the murders, they definitely had a motive. If Arya was controlled, then we can analyze her behavior to determine who was controlling her. I see, that does sound like a good lad as any. At the very least, we can't allow this patron to escape justice. Despite the questions raised, we've clearly made some headway. I believe we should take a brief recess to process these revelations. Very well. Would you like to save your progress? Step outside the Scale Lord's lair to get some fresh air. You step outside. These new revelations are a lot to take in. Celeste looks especially down. From what you've observed, he and Arya have been speaking to each other a lot. They must have become friends over the many times they've met. You can't imagine how powerless she feels right now. Arya, I'm so sorry. Don't be, Her voice begins to break. She's always been stoic, but it's clear even she has her breaking point. I can't imagine what you're feeling right now. But there's still hope. If we can find out who did this to you, we can still save you. Do you remember if you've signed anything recently? No, I don't. Damn it, the patron must have wiped your memory to cover their tracks. But I still don't understand. Even if I don't remember signing that contract, I don't think I would be that careless. Right, as much as I hate to admit it, Lucia was right. You're an attorney like me, and we always look over contracts before we sign them. Which raises the question of how the patron got your signature. I don't know. I just... Damn it. We don't even know the circumstances you were under when you signed that contract. For all we know, the patron could have used any number of tactics to coerce you into doing this. That's also possible. Arya, as you're deliberating amongst yourselves, Lord Steelwood approaches you. What are you doing? What are you doing here, Father? Humph. I can't believe him. How does he have nothing to say? His actions say otherwise, but you could have sworn you saw something through the eye. It's almost as if he's saddened and worried. Well, no matter how he feels internally, he made it clear that he is your enemy. Whatever his motivations are, you'll overcome him, just like everyone else. We should also head back, Celeste. Right. Court is now resumed. Shall we pick up or where we left off? How would you like to proceed? I think we should review what we do know about the murders. We do have a plethora of witnesses to work with. That's correct. So let's start from the beginning. It all began at noon yesterday morning. It was at Rathholm with Arya and my bodyguard Celeste. I was speaking with them when a courier suddenly delivered a letter to my home. It was from Garrick Pierce. He wanted to meet with me and Celeste at the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord at 2 p.m. To make sure we were on time, we arrived at the Grand Cathedral at 1 p.m. At the time, we didn't know that the cathedral was closed to the public, but the knights guarding the cathedral allowed us through anyways. Apparently, they were expecting us. That should not have been possible. Due to the solemnity of the situation, we were very particular about who was permitted to enter the cathedral. It's possible someone pulled some strings to let us through. Or you two entered the cathedral illegally. Well, I'm not sure that that knight from the King's Guard can vouch for it. Well, I'm sure that knight from the King's Guard can vouch for us. I know about every order given to the King's Guard, and none of them were told to let you through. It's possible that the night we met fell comatose like the others. As long as they're unresponsive, we'll never know. Perhaps we should continue. Humph. Anyways, we arrived at the church and spent the next hour sightseeing before we went. The next hour sightseeing before we went to meet with Pierce. In that time, we met with Remus, Lucio, Arya, Asta, and Alaric. And around that time, Arya and Asta left together to meet with the High Speaker in his quarters. While exploring the cathedral, we spoke with Fog Sanctus and Sybil. Then we spoke with the three Fager sisters and Eris Ilmata. Eris Ilmata? She's a friend of Beatrice Frege. The King's Guard wouldn't let her bring her familiar into the cathedral, so she brought Eris to guide her instead. Anyways, we left the garden at around 1:45 p.m. to meet with Pierce in the prayer room. At around the same time, Arya left her meeting with the High Speaker and felt nauseous. The last thing she remembers is looking at Galacrond, Lake Galacrond. A likely story. Regardless, at 2 p.m. Asta went to pay respects to his father's body. Unbeknownst to him, a mage had placed a glyph of contingency in front of his father's coffin. It was set to trap him within a force cage. What a despicable act. Considering what followed, the attack on His Majesty might have been a diversion. Right. It was also at this time Beatrice and Eris went missing. Considering the timing of it all, someone must have taken control of Beatrice's body after the trap on Asta was sprung. And you're saying this patron controlled her as well? No, I don't think so. According to her contract, her mind belongs to the Empress of Discord, not the patron. Furthermore, Arya's blood contract was created by the Empress. It's clear that the patron and the Empress were in league with each other. Wonderful. Another demon we have to worry about. Anyways, the patron and the Empress had all of the pieces that they needed. Oh, jeez. That's when they began the massacre. The patron took control of Arya's body and they used her to murder Von Sanctus at 2:05 p.m. Presumably, Arya started a fire in the common room around this time, And since Von Sanctus's body was found there, this must have been after she murdered him. Shortly after, Prince Alaric spotted the smoke and asked Arya what was going on. Arya responded by using an unknown transmutation spell to incapacitate him. To think they would use her to attack the prince as well. Luckily, the effects of that spell were only temporary, and Alaric came out unharmed. After this, the patron used Arya to murder Sybil at 2:15 p.m. She brought Sybil's body to the westward balcony where she dumped it into Lake Galacrond. High Speaker Arceus witnessed this, but he wasn't aware of what she'd thrown off of the balcony until much later. The High Speaker thought this encounter was strange, but he continued with his business. He headed to the prayer room, but was turned away by the knights standing guard there. Meanwhile, Celeste and I were talking to Lord Pierce. When we showed up for the meeting earlier, he was clearly expecting someone else to show up. We tried to get to the bottom of what was happening, but he refused to answer our questions. And at 2:20 p.m, we heard a commotion outside. Celeste went to investigate, and that's when Celeste fought Arya. The patron's target was Garrick Pierce, but Celeste was too powerful to neutralize. They fought each other for about 15 minutes before Arya was finally able to push past her. During their fight, the Empress sent Beatrice into the prayer room. She probably made Beatrice invisible to move undetected. She then used her to cast Sleep on Pierce and me to knock us out. I remember checking the time close to when this happened. This must have happened at 2:30 p.m. If your testimony is correct, Beatrice Frege was actively used in this plan. Yes, and considering how the massacre unfolded, the Empress must have coordinated with the patron. They probably planned how they would use Beatrice and Arya to carry out the murders. Anyways, after Beatrice knocked us out, Arya finally pushed past Celeste and entered the prayer room. And before Celeste could chase her down, she had already murdered Pierce. Arya and I were already unconscious by the time Celeste entered the room. The noble... the patron had already achieved their goal of murdering the three nobles. So she probably fell unconscious after they released their control over her. Arya and I regained the consciousness shortly after. That's when the Inquisition arrested her for the murders. Lord Pierce was one of the victims. Your meeting clearly had more significance than I realized. So, tell us, Cuthbert, what was your discussion about? It's fine, you can tell them. Alright, as long as it's okay with you. For the past few months, Celeste and I have been investigating who her birth parents are. I recall receiving many complaints about her during the Lord's Ball. Supposedly, Garrick Pierce had the information we were seeking. The letter he sent us said that he wanted to trade this information for his freedom. I assumed this meant he wanted me to be his attorney. Do you honestly expect us to believe that? Why would he ask help? Why would he ask for help from the attorney who indicted him in the first place? We thought the same thing. And when we arrived for the meeting, it was unclear here. It was clear I wasn't the intended recipient. This means that Sir Pierce sent the letter to someone else. You better not be lying to us, Cuthbert. Frankly, I don't much care if you believe me. Regardless, if we examine every action Arya took, we can build a psychological profile of the patron. I will give you that. To begin, the defense would like to call the Inquisition commander to the stand. His testimony might shed some light on how Von Sanctus and Sybil died. Despite all of these witnesses' accounts, we should still only know how Pierce was murdered. Yes, he was impaled by a magical blade frozen from his own blood. In a grim sort of way, it's almost poetic that he died the same way Flintheart did. but you doubt that will give Celeste any kind of closure. Anyways, we need to find out exactly how Ariel murdered Von Sanctus and Sybil. The massacre was swift and efficient. It must have required a lot of forethought and coordination. If we figured out who might have had this knowledge, we might be able to find out who did this. I see. That sounds as good a plan as any. Kingsguard, escort Amanda Armwhite to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Right, I am... Commander? I'm sorry, I just can't do this. How am I supposed to act like this is normal? A giant lizard is standing behind me. Calling me a lizard is highly offensive, Commander. Sorry, your scaled lordship, sir. Commander, just try your best to testify about what happened. Yeah. It all started when we received a report from the King's Guard. The prosecutor attacked Prince Alaric and had a fire had broken out in the common room. We weren't sure what the deal with Steelwind was, so we went to the common room to put out the fire. But when we got there, we noticed a bunch of unconscious knights in the front of the prayer room. We went to the prayer room. That's when we found Steelwind and Cuthbert unconscious next to Pierce's dead body. We later found the bodies of Von Sanctus and Sybil too. That's when we realized that she offed all of them. All three of them. So you still have no idea how Steelwind was used to... How Steelwind was used to murder Von Sanctus or Sybil. Not a clue. It's especially worse for Von Sanctus. That fire burnt a lot of the physical evidence off of his body. What about Sybil? Was there any physical evidence on her body? No idea about that. She didn't have any wounds either. All we know is she died of suffocation. There's definitely more to glean. More information you could glean from their investigation. That's a compendium. Her body was found floating. I think it may be... That last bit was a little vague. You should ask him to elaborate more on one of the murders. But whose murder should he elaborate on first? To Lloyd. Could you elaborate more on Lloyd von Sanctus' murder? Was there any evidence that implied how he died? Like I said, it's trickier with von Sanctus because of higher partially burned body. Our divination magic could only tell that he died of suffocation. I see, so there's no other physical evidence. Well, there is one thing. From his burn marks, we do know that he was hit with firebolt before he died. We're guessing she wanted to weaken him before she dealt the final blow. So he took a direct attack from her before he died. Please add this to your testimony, Commander White. Compendium? Would he have? Yeah, he would have. Objection! That's strange. What is it now? Commander White, you said that Steelwind attacked von Sanctus with a firebolt before he suffocated him. Yeah, she probably wanted to injure him so he'd be easier to subdue. But that's what I find strange. Von Sanctus knew he was under attack. So wouldn't he have cast Force Cage to repel her? I guess that's true. Von Sanctus was hardly a warrior, Cuthbert. Force Cage is an extremely useful spell, but it has to be aimed. He was hit with a firebolt, and he was in immense pain. I doubt he'd be able to think clearly under those circumstances. I normally agree with you, but the crime scene tells another story. What do you mean, Mr. Cuthbert? What okay. It's the autopsy. Traces. No. What's... The murderer's rat? No. Letter for Garrick Pierce. Oh, there it is. When we investigated the crime scene, we found traces of abjuration magic that formed a perfect square around the body. I'm sure if we measured the dimensions, it would be 10 feet by 10 feet, which is the same length and width as the cube created by Force Cage. Like you said, he was in no shape to aim it. So he cast Force Cage on himself to create a makeshift barrier.
Objection!
Nonsense, if Von Sanctus had cast Force Cage on himself, he would have protected him. He would have been protected from further harm. The defendant wouldn't have been able to suffocate him after that. Perhaps there's some way to bypass Force Cage. And once again, your ignorance of the arcane arts is made apparent. Force Cage is one of the most powerful abjuration spells in existence. It cannot be dispelled, and no one can teleport into it or out of it. Right. Asta was also trapped in a Force Cage. And we had to wait an hour for the duration to elapse. So how did Steelwind suffocate him? Wait, if Force Cage is a perfectly enclosed space, is it possible that he ran out of air? That would be a glaring weakness. House von Sanctus obviously designed that spell to allow oxygen through the barrier. And before you ask, poisonous gases can't be pushed through the barrier either. Only oxygen could travel through it. Right. And even if they had poisonous gas, the autopsy wouldn't have said he was suffocated. Everywhere but them. Arya. Estus. Consume. Okay. Fire consumed all the oxygen in the common room. Force Cage is specifically designed to allow oxygen to allow oxygen through its barrier. But what if there was no oxygen left in the room? No oxygen. Ah, I see. It was the fire in the common room. No, the patron knew Arya couldn't harm von Sanctus once he was in that Force Cage. So she started a fire to eat all of the oxygen within the room. Hey. What should have protected him ended up trapping him. And the inability to dispel it ended up sealing his fate. Well, I suppose that explains how the defendant murdered von Sanctus. But with that in mind, a lot of this plan sounds like it was improvised at the moment. Just like the murder of Pierce. Not only that, we assumed that the patron used the same method to kill Lord von Sanctus and Lady Sybil. But I doubt Lady Sybil died under the same circumstances. Correct, there was only one fire. And if Sybil was in that Force Cage, the defendant wouldn't have been able to throw her body into Lake Galacrond. Which means Sybil must have died by asphyxiation somewhere else. Then it's clear we must determine how the next course of action is to determine how Lady Sybil was murdered. But we still don't know where she was murdered. And the only witness who saw her around this time was the High Speaker, which was after the defendants disposed of Sybil's body. Well, the High Speaker's testimony is as good as any. A good start as any. For our next witness, the defense would like to call the High Speaker Theon Harkius to the stand. What's wrong? It's nothing. Please carry on. Kingsguard escorts High Speaker Arceus to the witness stand. Witness, you will testify about... Oh great, blessed scaled lord. To think you would grace us with your presence. Oh my god. Ah! Forgive me, Lord Wrath. Lord, I spoke out of turn. You must think I'm an arrogant fool. Wow, it looks like the witness is smoozing the judge for once. How many times do I have to tell you that I'm not a god? Yes, I revere and serve the god of dragons, but I am not Bahamut's avatar. But you're the scaled lord. I'm just a dragon. I'm not even a powerful one. I'm not a deity. This humility. That's exactly what Bahamut's avatar would say. Oh, I swear to God. Okay. He even swears by the god's name. Lucio, please handle this. Perhaps another approach is warranted. High Speaker Arceus, the great and powerful Rathleon calls upon you today. We require your... You require my blood? Of course I will gladly give my life for the... Scaled Lord. What? No! Of course, my blood could never be enough. Would you just let me... I do as you wish, my lord. It might take some time, though. I'll need some time to gather some followers and... Oh my god, will you just testify? We just want you to testify. Just tell us what you saw when Miss Dealwood was at the Westwood balcony yesterday. Oh, I see. If that's what you truly wish, my lord. We're just going to ignore that he was ready to commit mass murder. Be quiet. We just got him to calm down. I was doing some paperwork in my quarters, and I suppose I lost track of the time. My alarm went off and I realized that it was time for my afternoon prayers. I began heading to the prayer room when I spotted Lady Steelwood looking over the westward balcony. I tried to greet her, but she didn't respond. That's when I noticed she was pushing something large over the balcony in Lake Gaharond. I asked her what she was doing, but again she ignored me and went towards the prayer room. I thought nothing of it. That's when the guards there turned me away. I went back to my quarters and to do my prayers there. Considering the timing of it all, this must have all happened before she began attacking the prayer room. Yes, I considered myself lucky. The Scaled Lord must have graced me with divine luck. Please, just stop. Considering how quickly she was moving, there has to be a reason why she waited there. Was she waiting for the High Speaker to leave? Perhaps you should closely examine the timing of these events. Gonna press that. She ignored you? What was her expression like? It was very cold and emotionless. The patron must have had control of her when this happened. Yes, that certainly makes the most sense. What time did this encounter happen? It was shortly after my alarm went off. It was definitely before 2:15 p.m. Hang on.
Objection!
Wait, what was... Wait, what? Is something wrong? There is, but I'm not really sure what it means. Stop stammering and say what you want to say. High Speaker, you said that you saw Arya dumping something off over the ledge of the balcony. There's no need to be vague, Cuthbert. It's clear from the evidence that he saw my daughter dumping Lady Sybil's body. That's the thing, Lord Steelwind. It couldn't have been Sybil's body. What are you talking about? The location from the balcony to where we found Lady Sybil's body lines up perfectly. That may be true, but the witness just said he saw Arya dumping the body before 2:15 p.m. Wait. You see it too, don't you, Lucia? How did Arya dump Coraline's body into Lake Galacrond before 2:50 p.m. if her death was 2:18 p.m. I see, that does seem peculiar. But we know the defendant threw Sybil's body from that balcony. There would be no other explanation for how it ended up there. Yes, that's also true. Perhaps she was still alive when Arya threw her off the balcony. She could have been knocked unconscious with a sleep spell. Your Grace, there was no traces of conjuration magic on her body. And even if she was asleep, she would have survived a fall from that height. The distance from the balcony is more than 30 stories. The autopsy report says that it was the death by suffocation, not blunt force. Right. So why did she die? She died before she was thrown? No. She died after she hit the water. She must have died after she hit the water. But Mr. Cuthbert, Lucio just said that she wouldn't have died upon impact. That's assuming she didn't have anything to lessen the blow. She might have had the opportunity to cast a spell to protect herself. That might explain why her body isn't as damaged despite falling from such a great height.
Objection!
Again, that doesn't match with the evidence. Lady Sybil's spell compendium contains the spell Slow Fall. If she had the opportunity to cast a spell, she would have used that to slow her descent. And she wouldn't have taken any damage from hitting the lake if she'd done that. That's a really good point. But just indulge me for a second. Spells, stones. She must have cast Stone Skin on herself. Stone Skin? If you recall the High Speaker mentioning that there was something strange about the object Arya threw over the balcony. It was much darker, it didn't match with Sybil's usual garb. Almost as if there was something else Sybil was wearing. The object was actually Lady Sybil protected by a layer of stone. But that still doesn't explain why she would cast that instead of Slowfall. He's right. Sybil cast Stone Skin before being thrown into the lake. She cast Stone Skin on herself before she was thrown into the lake. Arya must have attacked her and she cast the spell in response. This would be fun. That would protect her from the Steelwind Strike. But that doesn't seem quite right. What do you mean? I may not have seen much, but I saw that Arya dumped the... I saw that the object Arya dumped was stiff and motionless. If it had been Lady Sybil, wouldn't she have been struggling? She would have been struggling against her, wouldn't she? That's a good point too. High Speaker. The High Speaker saw Arya dumping a motionless Sybil. But if we assume my logic is correct, she would have also still been alive. Why was... It's a different spell. Arya... Cast... Okay, that's Sybil then. Sybil was affected by a spell. She must have been affected by a spell, considering it kept her from resisting Arya. Yeah, the patron must have cast a spell that must have cast that spell on her. Which spell? Present spells. Where's the blind person one? Hold creature. It was hold creature. Sybil must have cast stone skin on herself when Arya attacked her. The patron must have known that Arya couldn't physically damage her like that, so they ordered her to restrain Sybil with that spell, and Sybil died by suffocation. That's right. How did Sybil suffocate? Even if she was restrained, Sybil was protected by stone skin. That would have left only one option for the patron. Sybil drowned. Sybil suffocated with their own spells killing them, effectively. Sybil suffocated is when Arya threw her into Lake Galacrond. Her stone skin lessened the impact of the fall, but it also made her drop like a literal rock. Arya's hold creature spell prevented her from moving or releasing her spell. She was helpless as she sank to the bottom of the lake. I believe that covers all 3 murders. Huh? Yes. Lord Van Sanctus suffocated to death in his own force cage, and Lady Sybil drowned after Arya cast Hold Creature on her. And Lord Pierce died after being wounded by a blade created with shape liquid. Only common thread I see is that the patron used some of the victim's magics against them. But how does that connect to Pierce? Did he cast shape liquid to make a blade to defend himself? Maybe the murderer took it from them and used it against them. Him. No, but he was knocked unconscious alongside you. He could have been the one to create the blade. Anyways, whoever did this has an in-depth knowledge of each of the spells that they use to defend themselves. They knew Von Sanctus couldn't dispel his own force cage. They also knew that he still needed oxygen from within it. In Sybil's case, they knew Arya couldn't physically harm her once she had stone skin active. They also knew that Hold Creature would prevent Sybil from dispelling her own stone skin. Not only that, they did all of this in a quick time frame. Von Sanctus and Sybil just died within 13 minutes of each other. And as if Arya hadn't encountered Celeste, Pierce might have died just as quickly. So whoever did this has an in-depth knowledge of high-level magic. Not only that, they came up with creative ways to bypass the heads put up by Von Sanctus and Sybil. They had the ability to react quickly and decisively. But considering the circumstances, that hardly narrows it down. Several members of the Four Pillars were present that day. each and every one of them studied at the Imperial Academy. They would all be knowledgeable in magic and its applications. Something they're saying isn't sitting right by you for some reason. There's something, so why can't you see it? Ugh, it's no use. You can't piece it together. But you're not finished yet. There's another angle to this. Consider who the patron did and didn't target. What's similar about some of the targets? What's a similarity we could draw between at least two of them? Pierce and Von Sanctus are convicted murderers of the common folk. No. Von Sanctus doesn't quite work for all three of them. Are enemies of Arya? Of a note. Right, it's not a lesser noble house. Well, I mean, we could... Sybil and Von Sanctus are house leaders of pillar families. Von Sanctus and Sybil were the heads of their respective noble houses. Are you saying that the patron's goal was to assassinate the leader of the four pillars? That's the motive that makes the most sense. But that does leave one question. Don't be coy, I'm not daft, Cuthbert. Actually, I highly doubt it was you. Really now? Out of most of the people there, you could have easily tricked your daughter into signing a blood contract. But why would you need to do that? You're the Grand General of the Wyvern Guards military, and the cathedral were filled with your men. You could have easily equipped one of your best mages to carry out this massacre. And you wouldn't even need to make a deal with a demon to do so. So why wasn't Lucio targeted then? From her encounter with Celeste, it's clear that there's a limit to Arya's combat abilities. The patron might have decided simply doubted Arya's ability to defeat the Grand General. But there's also another explanation. Why did the patron target Lucio Steelwind? frame House Steelwind for the murders. The patron wanted people to suspect House Steelwind for the murders. They used Lucio Steelwind's daughter to commit the crime. Then they intentionally left him alive to cast suspicion on him. That's why they used my daughter? Ooh, he is. Is that a tinge of anger you feel from him? Yeah. Anyways, that leads me to my next point. Imagine if we discovered Arya's blood contract with the Empress of Discord. What would have happened? What would have happened? We'd still think that Miss Steelwind succumbed to Bladeblight. She would have been convicted for the murders, and trust in House Steelwind would have been forever diminished. About a month ago, House Freyga lost its head, and his successor, Leif Freyga, was woefully unprepared to take his place. Now the heads of House von Sanctus and House Sybil are dead, with House Steelwind being responsible for it all four pillars would have been weakened as a result of the massacre. But I think there's another layer to this. Everything fits if we assume that the patron's goal was to weaken the pillar families. Except for the murder of Garrick Pierce. Yes, in contrast to Sybil and von Sanctus, Pierce's political power pales in comparison. Furthermore, Pierce was already scheduled to be executed next month for the murder of Flintheart McCoy. Why did the patron target Garrick Pierce? Why would the patron go to the trouble of murdering a condemned man? Knew the identity of Celeste's parents. The patron murdered Pierce because they needed him to die as quickly as possible. Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's biological parents. My parents? Do you remember what Pierce said when we showed up for the meeting? Ah, you've finally arrived. I suppose you've finally decided... Wait, you two? We got your letter. Letter? What letter? You sent us a letter, Pierce. It said you knew who Celeste's parents were. I did send that letter, but not you two. We weren't the intended recipients of that letter. That's right. So that leaves one last question. Who did Pierce originally send that letter to? The patron, no doubt. There's only one person Pierce could have sent that letter to. The person who orchestrated the massacre in the first place, the patron. But that means the patron is someone who would be threatened by Celeste's parentage. Order in the court. But I don't understand. I'm terribly sorry. I know this is a lot to take in. But I think they were targeting you for some reason. Pierce knew that the identity of Celeste's parents and attempted to blackmail the patron with this. Instead of complying with Pierce's demands, the patron sent the letter to me. They sent the letter to me. But why go to the trouble of luring you there? They could just just allowed Pierce to wait in the prayer room while the defendant made her way to murder him. Looking back on it, it's possible they wanted to kill Celeste too. What? They knew I wouldn't meet Pierce alone, and the information he had was about her. The patron correctly guessed that I'd bring her with me. By killing both Pierce and Celeste, they'd eliminate any threat Celeste would pose to them. But who would be threatened by such information? The mere existence of McCoy posed a threat to them. It must have something to do with her birthright. Right. So who would that leave? I don't think the royal family. House Frege. No, it's both House Frege and House Steelwind are weakened by this. What if the Eye Taker orchestrated this whole thing? The Eye Taker? That common criminal? What reason would he have to do this? I've heard firsthand that he was planning to expand his influence throughout Guard. He was actually plotting with Beatrice to use House Frege to do so. Since I ruined his original plans, setting up that massacre might have been his backup plan. Perhaps we're looking at this all wrong. What if Celeste was a part of the What if Celeste was a part of the royal family and they were planning to take the throne? But if he wanted to do so, why would he put McCoy in danger by having my daughter attack her? Not only that, he also had the perfect opportunity to murder His Majesty. Imagine if he had placed a more lethal contingent in that glyph of contingency. His Majesty might have very well died alongside Von Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce. Yeah, I suppose you're right. But we need to consider every possibility. Anyways, we should consider the other suspects first. So who would that leave? Right, okay. Was it the Eye Taker? Well, the royal family, they were... I'm gonna say it. King de Wyvernguard just recently died. What if Celeste was a member of the royal family? You think I'm a princess? I don't want to suspect Asta, but we need to consider every possibility. And when it comes to conflicting inheritance and a royal line of succession, the royal line of succession is the first thing that comes to mind. Not only that, the king would have the authority to pardon Piers for his crimes. But that wouldn't entirely make sense. What do you mean? If McCoy was abandoned at a tavern in Cornhaven, we must assume that she's a bastard child. Okay, I don't know why you have to bring that up. My point is that King Oliver wouldn't abandon a child of pure royal blood. The kingdom requires heirs to continue the royal bloodline. He would have leveraged her in a diplomatic marriage. That's disgusting. That's diplomacy, Cuthbert. Anyways, even if McCoy was of royal blood, Aster is the king's eldest child. He's of pure royal blood. McCoy would have no claim to the throne under those circumstances. Right, I see what you mean. I suppose that eliminates Aster for now. Anyways, we should consider the other suspects first. So who would that leave? House Frager. I recall during Beatrice's trial we heard William Frager's last will and testament. That House Frager's set assets divided evenly between all of his children. If McCoy were to be revealed as a Frager, his daughters would be legally obligated to share the estate with him. Could I seriously be a Frager? I don't want to suspect Leif and Miriam, but we need to consider every possibility. And as we've seen, the Fragers are no strangers to making deals with the devil, demons. But it still doesn't quite fit. I doubt Leif or Miriam would do something like that. What are you basing that on? I tend to be a good judge of character. They just don't seem the type like they would do this. Bah, you're far too trusting. I hold no doubt that any of William's children would be capable of something like this. I suppose we'll have to see. Anyways, we should consider the other suspects first. So who would that leave? House Steelwood. As much as I have my doubts, House Steelwood is the only pillar family leader who survived the past month. You think I'm McCoy's biological father? Ugh, you're barely a father to your actual daughter. I'm only stating that possibility for the sake of the argument. As I've said, it would make sense. It wouldn't make sense for you to frame your own daughter when House Steelwood would be blamed. But we need to consider every possibility. Ugh, I can't think of anyone else. Yes, there's a fatal flaw with each suspect. Your logic is clearly flawed. Well, you don't see him coming up with any ideas. There's something here I'm not seeing. I know I'm close. there's a missing piece that ties this all together. Regardless, we still have no idea who this Empress of Discord is. I am loath to allow such an individual to walk freely through Wyverngard. Your Grace, you've been alive since the creation of Wyverngard and magic. Do you know who this demon is? I can't say I do. Demons tend to take on many titles over their lifetime. But whoever this Empress is, they are brave to so blatantly encroach on my domain like this. Well, I suppose we'll just have to cross that bridge when we get there. We've obtained information today, but we clearly have many questions that need to be answered. How should we proceed? What is it, Mr. Cuthbert? I can't help but feel like there's something here I'm not seeing. I just can't put my finger on it. We have been working at this for a while. Perhaps we should suspend proceedings so that we could look into these new leads. I have no objections. It would give my men some time to look into what we've discovered today. Then it's settled. We'll be postponing proceedings for now. You are all free to return to your homes for the time being. But make no mistake, the King's Guard will be careful to watch over all of you. There's still a constant nagging feeling in the back of your mind. Hey, Tyrion. It's as if you've forgotten something extremely important. Tyrion? What is it? What could be so important yet so difficult to remember? Tyrion! Ah, sorry. It was just thinking about everything. You're looking really stressed out. Do you want to head back to your house to rest? No, we only have a day until the trial resumes. If we can't figure out what happened after tomorrow, the magical traces dissipate. But you already know what happened. You just don't know who did it. Yeah, but we should speak to the suspects again. Maybe if we get lucky, I can see something through the Eye of Horus. But what if the suspect is the Eye Taker? What are you going to do about him? I suppose I'll have to speak with him too. What? No. What if he tries to kill you again? Arya's life is on the line. That's just a risk I have to take. Tyrion, do you even understand what you've been pulled into? What? Someone just murdered a bunch of nobles, and they had even attacked the members of the royal family. Now there are ancient dragons and demon lords involved too. Isn't this above your pay grade? Ouch. You know that's not what I meant. It's just this whole thing is crazy, isn't it? It's fine. Just like any other of our investigations. It's not, though. What if the Empress of Discord attacks you? What if the patron decides that you're getting too close to the truth? What if I can't Her voice begins to break. Celeste? Are you still worried about what happened during the massacre? I'm fine. I already told you that you didn't do anything wrong. You almost died, Tyrion. I know. Tyrion, you almost died. I know, Celeste. No, Tyrion, I don't think you do. Do you have any idea how worried I was when she broke past me? When I saw you lying on the floor, so many things were going through my mind. I don't know what I would have done if you were there. Hang on, was that worth it? If you were... She can't even complete that sentence. Celeste, I was so focused on everything that you've been ignoring her. She was attacked by Arya and almost died. You never even thought about how traumatic that must have been for her. I'm sorry, I didn't think. Don't apologize, just please just leave this to Lucio with the Scaled Lord. You've done enough already. They can figure the rest of it out. What if it's not enough? I'm not so arrogant that I think they can't do it without me. But what if they can't figure out who this patron is? Arya will spend the rest of her life in prison. What if I could have done something to prevent that? I don't care if that happens. Celeste. I don't care, Tyrion. I'll apologize to her all you want after this. But all I want is to keep you safe. And I don't know if I'm able to do that anymore. Even she seems surprised by what she said. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm really happy you're part of my life. What? I know what you're saying is coming from a place of care. And I know, and I'm really sorry about how much I've been worrying you lately, but you're not going to stop, are you? It's like I've always said. Man, king, or god. Nothing will stop you from getting justice for your clients. I'm going to talk to Lucio. What? If we're going to meet the Eye Taker again, we're bringing some knights with us. Celeste, that's hardly... No. You don't get a say in this. If you're not here when I get back, I will find you. Judging from her expression, it's not an empty threat. Fine, just go. She might have a point, though. Before everything happened, you weren't even sure if you wanted to continue being an attorney. Maybe you should consider a safer, quieter life after this is all done. Perhaps a life with her. Wait, what? Alright, Lucio's cleared. It was surprisingly easy to convince him. Oh, are you okay? I'm fine. Let's not waste any more time. Before she has a chance to respond, you hastily walk past her. Hey, don't walk so far ahead. You need to stay focused on the trial for Arya's sake. But when this is all over, you'll... Well, you suppose you don't have to think about that until then. Would you like to save your progress? Yes. Right. I think... Right. I think we'll leave it there. For today. So it looks like the next Tyrion Cuthbert stream will be the finale of the series. Which is going to be something that's going to be quite the ride, I would say. Because we have, for some time now, we've had a lot of glitches and stuff. It's been a very bumpy ride for technical stuff and everything. So, even very much the first game I'll have completed. And it's fittingly in time for Splatoon, the Splatoon Fortnite as well. It will probably be Monday that I do that stream. If not, I might, like, however, obviously there's a possibility I might do it Sunday. But so I will see you guys on the flip side. Catch ya then for what will probably be the finale. Hoo boy.